Mayor, Councilmember Jordan reminded me with his picture.
I am. I'll go ahead and start.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today is August 11th, 2020. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will you do a roll call vote, please, Ms. Clerk?
All right, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. That's all of us, right? Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
No, Madam Mayor.
We'll go to public comment now. This is for items that are not on our formal agenda. Ms. Clerk, do we have people that are lined up and raising their hands?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a number of speakers for public comments.
Okay, we'll give, do you think if we give everyone 3 minutes, we'll be able to finish in half an hour? We do 30 minutes usually. Might go a little over if we have 2 or 3 extra people.
Yes.
Does it look manageable?
Yes, I think so, Madam Mayor.
Okay, 3 minutes, items that are not on the agenda, please. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker is David Williams. David Williams, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to yield my time to Joseph Moore.
Okay, we'll see if Mr. Moore is on the line. But we don't allow people to pull time for public comment. So we hope he can speak his piece in 3 minutes. Thanks. Ms. Clerk?
Joseph Moore, we'll call on Joseph Moore. Please go ahead.
All righty, thanks for allowing me this time to speak. I would like to call some attention to some issues we're having at the Santa Barbara Airport. Earlier today, I sent a letter to the council members, and last Friday to Mayor Murillo, and I hope everyone's received those letters and the documents attached. Well, to start off, I hope I can do this in 3 minutes, but to start off, one of the main issues we have at the airport in regards to how you all handle the airport is that most people don't have a good working knowledge of how airports operate. And so you rely on, I guess, us, the flying public, and your airport commissioners and such. So the issues that we like to bring attention to revolve mainly around the current airport administration's handling of issues that we're facing at the airport, issues that have been brought up by different airport users in regards to independent flight instructors, flying clubs, and maintaining our own aircraft. The letter I sent earlier today pertains to the last fact of servicing our own aircraft in our own hangars. Right now, it's prohibited by the administration. However, the FAA has given them guidance to change that regulation. And recently, the airport administration had responded to the FAA saying that they do not agree with the FAA's stance, and because of this, they will not be changing any of the regulations. This is a good example of how this current administration has been handling a lot of issues at the airport. We, as the general aviation public here, have attempted on many points or many times have tried to offer our assistance or collaboration with this administration, and they have chosen to not accept those offers. And so that it just seems to me that the city council would be in their best interest, or in our city's best interest, if you guys could maybe take a look into these issues and direct the airport director specifically to be a little bit more open and transparent with the way he deals with our airport.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Friedman is the city council liaison to the airport, so he and I will take a look at the issue, sir. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Justin Robertson, but he's left the call. Then Patricia Saley, Rochelle Monet, and Rick Clausen. Oh, Justin Robertson is on. Justin Robertson, please go ahead. Justin Robertson, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself. Okay, we will come back to you. Our next caller is Patricia Saley. Oh, she has lowered her hand. Rochelle Monet. Please go ahead.
You guys hear me? Hello?
Go ahead, Rochelle.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Council members. You have chosen to ignore the cries of the people who have elected you. We will no longer accept the corrupt, mafia-style intimidation directed towards business owners by Anthony Wagner. Each day, our numbers grow stronger and our focus more streamlined. We have begun to organize our efforts to remove the knee of Anthony Wagner off the necks of business owners in Santa Barbara. City Council members, why do you stand by and watch us suffer while Anthony Wagner suffocates us and then make us pay for his $277,000 in salary, pension, and benefits? Why do you allow him to try to implement a 10 p.m. alcohol curfew on already suffering businesses? This is what the people talk about when we say that we need police reform. Derek Chauvin, the police officer who murdered George Floyd, had shot one suspect, was involved in the fatal shooting of another, and received at least 17 complaints prior to the incident. How many complaints need to be filed against Anthony Wagner before you do something to protect the people of Santa Barbara? I personally know of at least 10 major incident complaints against him. Why have you allowed him to run rampant, impersonating police officers, intimidating business owners, and giving out highly valued recreational cannabis sellers permits to his acquaintance from San Diego? City Hall Council members, we hope that you rally together and demand that Paul Casey remove Anthony Wagner. If he refuses, then the people demand that you remove Paul Casey and hire someone who will. Remember, we elected you into office. You are supposed to be the voice of the people. We do not like Anthony Wagner, as you all know very well. You all know what behaviors we're talking about, and we are requesting that you remove him. I don't understand why it's taken this long for you to do so and take actions. If you do not take action, then you are just as bad as the oppressor himself. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Clausen, then Patricia Saley, then Carl Gregory. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. That's a hard comment to follow up on. But I've spoken to you before about the importance of public involvement and input to your decision making. Never has it been more important than now, with pandemic restrictions and economic recession causing many residents to hunker down and be less inclined to engage. That's why the council's long-range planning effort is so important, bolstered by broad public engagement, particularly when it regards the fate of State Street and El Pueblo Viejo. At the recent inaugural meeting of the council's Downtown Long-Range Planning Initiative Subcommittee, Mr. Dayton suggested that downtown ambassadors might serve as public surveyors. They could question visitors about their satisfaction with the current promenade arrangement and possible future plans. While sounding good, I caution the subcommittee members and the council in general that visitors to the current promenade are not the true measure of long-term success. Their satisfactions are largely foretold by their presence. More input must be solicited from residents in our bedroom districts about the impediments to their full engagement and enjoyment of the downtown environment. An important question for those stay-at-home residents is, why don't more locals consider the downtown or recent promenade a more inviting destination? The key to long-term success is long-term planning. The final form of State Street should not be directed by a splashy charrette or a COVID-driven temporary promenade. While those welcome ideas and experiences can be part of and inform the vision process for State Street, they cannot automatically be the vision for State Street. I encourage you to embrace public input in all your deliberations and decisions. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez had it right at the subcommittee meeting. It is incumbent on council members to seek actively and collect the input from their district constituents, beyond receiving it passively from overactive public speakers like myself or letter writers. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mr. Clausen. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Patricia Saley, then Carl Gregory, then Dan Viano. Richard Clausen, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard Clausen just went. Patricia Saley, please go ahead.
Unmuted still?
We can hear
Go
you.
ahead. Okay, thank you. I'd like to comment on two issues that have been before you recently, and considering we're in the middle of a pandemic, there certainly appears to be a lot of things going on. My first issue is last week you heard an update regarding the Historic Resources Ordinance. I and others have been really interested in this ordinance and encourage its progress, but we did not know that it was on your agenda, or we would have spoken during public comments. I just wanted you to know that while there were no public speakers, there is still a lot of interest in this ordinance. Secondly, I'd like to make a broad comment about the need for a vision for downtown and State Street. I've always believed that the best plans arise from an inclusive process, one that does not need to take months or years. I also believe that if we cater to locals, the visitors will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saley. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Carl Gregory, then Dan Viano, Marge Caffarelli, and Justin Robertson. Carl Gregory. Carl Gregory, please go ahead. Carl Gregory, please go ahead. I see that Mr. Gregory's hand is down, so I will send a message to Mr. Gregory to see if he still wishes to speak. Next speaker is Dan Viano. Dan Viano, please go ahead.
Okay, greetings everyone. I just want to say when the going gets tough, you guys have to get tougher. I wasn't thinking about the tourists like my previous speakers just mentioned, but I did want to talk directly to my District 1 representative, and she is stuck with a tough district. You know, it includes the 500 block, I believe. It includes the oceanfront, and it includes the east side. And, you know, it was a close election. She just squeaked by. Half of us did not vote for her. Although I will do as a democratic system does. I respect her as my representative. Many people talk about the city council, but we only get to vote for our district representative. We have one vote. Like I said, I think you're spending way too much money on the 500 block. You've ignored the cruiser ride on Sunday. there's a touch of anarchy going on, not only throughout the country, but even in Santa Barbara. I read briefly in the Independent, it may be fake news, but a couple of the council members are starting to discuss a rent stabilization plan. This goes back to, I'm a resident of Flamingo Mobile Home Park. You hear from us probably every week or more. Things like the mobile home overlay zone is kind of redundant, kind of who invented that term? You know, mobile home living, you're combining mobile home owners and renters. You need to go by, for instance, Miss Gutierrez needs to go into Tropical Gardens Trailer Park. You will be embarrassed by what you see. Children that lived there should not be there. I like I said, Miss Gutierrez has to get tough. You know, she has a very complicated district to work in. And I'm kind of running out of, it's just very difficult to be a resident here. And the more I get involved in the city council, it's very tiring. But I appreciate your time, and that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Justin Robertson. I'm sorry, next speaker is Joseph Crosby, and then we'll check in with Joseph Robertson. Joseph Crosby, please go ahead.
Yes, hi there. I want to first thank all of you, city council members, for doing a daunting task and a difficult job in a very terrible time. And I want to thank each of you for your work and each of you for your consideration on everything said today. I work downtown. I work on the lower end of State Street in the bar nightclub industry. I have for a long time. And I want to specifically address the idea of parklets closing at 10 o'clock. That concerns me, and here's why.
Sir, that's on our agenda
is starting to all come in about sickness.
Can you hear my
and
voice?
Contracting this
Sir?
disease, contracting this virus. And I think what the evidence is starting to show all
Ms.
of us
Clerk,
is
can we
the biggest
hold
concern
this
is
speaker
people
for the
gathering
item,
together
which is number
in
8, please?
non-control.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Absolutely. Mr. Crosby, we'll come back to you with that item, which is number 8.
Number 8, sir. Thank you.
Very good. And let me go to our list. Carl Gregory. Carl Gregory has his hand up. Please go ahead, Mr. Gregory.
I find it troubling that we're trying to silence someone that has a legitimate gripe about something that's agendized, but I'll move on from that. I also find it troubling that we're looking to, once again, pin our businesses in Santa Barbara down with more ordinances that are just flown off the cuff that make no sense whatsoever. Also initiated by a guy that, in all honesty, you guys need to start looking at from a federal criminal perspective. This guy, Anthony Wagner, he's been investigated by the FBI. I'm not even sure how you guys hired him, to be honest. It seems like your process there was a little, well, short-sighted to say the least. You might want to ask Paul Casey how that ended up happening. Second is addressing a Newshawk article that I read about a week ago. They talked about our process for handing out our cannabis licenses here in Santa Barbara. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but Anthony Wagner, one of the guys that was supposed to be involved in this selection process, had a vested interest in one of the licensees that was handed a license. Are you guys aware of that? If you weren't, you should start looking into it. This guy made millions of dollars in a corrupt process. I'd suggest that you start looking after your own backs and making sure that you take care of the city. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker. Items not on the agenda. Thanks.
Next speaker is Diana, not Diana Washburn. She took down her hand. We'll just check in with Justin Robertson one last time. Justin Robertson, please go ahead.
Greetings, council members, Mayor Murillo. Sorry for my technical difficulties earlier. I'm also here to talk about the state of the airport. I'm part of a flying club, which is whole goal is to bring aviation to the public at an affordable cost. And right now, we kind of feel like we're under attack from the airport administration. There's some behind the scenes actions, and one of the operators on the airfield thinks that we are operating a illegal flight school. So the administration is investigating us currently. And right now we find it very hostile, and we're trying to conduct business on the airfield, but are running into some trouble. So we're just asking that you check in with the administration, the airport administration, the director, and we feel like we're just members of the public using what is a public good and being discriminated against. So I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Robertson. Ms. Clerk, is that the final speaker?
Madam Mayor, yes, that is the final speaker on general public comment.
We'll close public comment. We'll go to our consent calendar. Do you have items to read, Ms. Gorman? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do.
Thank you.
Item 1, adoption of ordinances approving labor agreements with various city bargaining units. Recommendation A, that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the amended 2020 to 2022 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, General Unit, and providing compensation changes for confidential employees. B, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the amended 2019-21 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Service Employees International Union, Local 620, Airport and Harbor Patrol Officers and Treatment Plants Bargaining Units, TAP units. C, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the amended 2018 to 2020 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Fire Management Association. D, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the amended 2019 through 2022 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Police Officers Association. E, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the side letter amending the 2018 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara Police Management Association. F, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2020 through 2021 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Supervisory Employees Bargaining Unit and providing compensation changes for confidential supervisory employees. G, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2020 through 2021 salary plan applicable to Group 1 and Group 2 unrepresented managers, including the Fire Division Chief, Operations, Fire Chief, and Police Chief, except the City Administrator and the City Attorney. And H, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the 2020-2021 salary plan applicable to the City Administrator and the City Attorney. Item 2, adoption of resolution for summary vacation of pedestrian easements at city-owned parking lot 11. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara ordering the summary vacation of pedestrian easements over portions of the real property, commonly known as 524 State Street, APN 037173039. Item 3, Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, resolution for debt issuance for Ladera Street apartments at 322 Ladera Street and Victoria Street bungalows at 210 West Victoria Street. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of People's Self-Help Housing or an affiliate thereof in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $38 million to finance and refinance the acquisition, rehabilitation, improvement, and equipping of certain low-income multifamily rental housing facilities and certain other matters relating thereto. And that's all the items on consent to be read.
Thank you. If there's no further objection, we'll waive further reading and I will entertain a motion to move our consent calendar forward.
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. A second, please.
I'll second it.
And a second from Ms. Gutierrez. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, will you take a roll call vote? That's how we do it when we're participating in a meeting remotely.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do note that a few people have raised their hand right now, and I'm not sure if they did wish to speak on consent, but I can check in with them.
Please, we might have public comment on some consent items. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. And we do, we have Melissa Cunningham for item 6. So Melissa Cunningham, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I just wanted to say a few quick words in support of item number 6, the Lower East Side Community Connectivity Active Transportation Plan. Coast is pleased to see this coming. We support safe access for pedestrians and bikes across the 101 as it's a critical connection for this neighborhood. And we look forward to engaging with the city staff so that the outreach and planned infrastructure is thorough and creates equitable connectivity for Santa Barbara residents. I also hope that you received my letter this morning regarding number 8 later in the agenda. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And for the record, item 6 is accept active transportation program funding for Lower East Side Community Connectivity Active Transportation Plan. Thanks.
Right. Thank you.
Any others?
Madam Mayor and Council, we do have one person. I believe she wishes to speak on a later item, but I'll just check. Marge Caffarelli. Marge Caffarelli. We are now taking public comment on items on consent. I believe you wish to speak on item 8. But you're unmuted. You can go ahead and say if you wish to speak.
No,
Marge.
I want to speak on item 8, please.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for the consent calendar commentary. And we'll go to our vote, please.
And Madam Mayor, we do have somebody who just raised their hand. So I'll just, Jesse Finicum Schwartz, I'll just confirm if they are for consent or not. Jesse Finicum Schwartz, please go ahead. If you wish to speak on consent, you can let us know if you did or not.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm with the architectural team working on the 524 State Street project, and we just wanted to pop in and make sure everyone understood the project well. Basically, we are looking at vacating an unused easement at the rear of the parcel. We are not obstructing our access in any way, shape, or form through the parking lot, out to State Street or anything like that. And we do have the easement executed that was requested at the last hearing associated with this item.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other raised hands?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Dan Weber. Dan Weber, please go ahead. Dan Weber, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, council members and Mayor Murillo. I'm Dan Weber, architect for the proposed project at 524 State Street. Following up on Jesse's comments, we're here to answer any questions if there is an appropriate forum for that. The proposed project is a rehabilitation of a very beautiful historic building, which for decades has been occupied by the Church of Scientology. Most recently, it's sat largely vacant and underutilized. Our project will convert it back to its historic and original use as a boutique hotel, and will include a very lively cafe space occupying the historic commercial storefront along State Street. This will add some much needed life to State Street and contribute to the revitalization of the downtown. I'll skip any comments about the logistics of the vacation of the easement, although I'll note that the portion being vacated is very important to the success of the project. Our project will slightly realign the city sidewalk around the privately owned parcel, the subject parcel, and result in brand new curb and gutter and sidewalk for the public's benefit. This will be a great enhancement for the accessibility and pedestrian circulation around the city parking lot. Also, since we are adding an addition to the rear of the building and rehabilitating the rear facade, visitors and locals who use the rear of the city parking lot are going to be greeted with a much improved appearance to the rear of the building as they approach the Paseo, which lets you pass through to State Street and bring the same high quality of architecture that we enjoy on the State Street side to the parking lot side. The Historic Landmarks Commission reviewed the project at a conceptual level and gave unanimous strong support for the project. We've worked very closely with staff on the easements and the design features of the pedestrian circulation in the city right of way. They've been great at helping us to find a solution which works. And I think overall, this is going to be a great improvement for both the visitors and users of the city parking lot, as well as a great improvement for our brand new State Street in pedestrian-oriented environment. We're looking forward to your support and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
We're all ready to vote to move it forward, Mr. Weber. So thank you for giving us some information. Any other speakers, Ms. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll take our vote. Thank you.
This is a vote. This is a vote on the entirety of the consent calendar as moved by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Alejandra Gutierrez. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that was unanimous. We've moved our consent calendar forward. Thank you very much. Mr. Gutierrez, come on back. You have a report from the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we voted to forward the CEQA ordinance to City Council, and we also voted to continue the just cause eviction ordinance to next Tuesday at 10 a.m. so that we have plenty of time to debate the item and also have public comment.
So you didn't finish public comment, is that what I'm perceiving?
Correct. We ran out of.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks for that report. We will move on to item number 8, and we will see if Mr. Crosby can be our first speaker, but can you read the item into the record, and Ms. Clerk, and then we'll have Mr. Harris give us a presentation. Thank you.
Certainly. Item 8, COVID-19 update, including uncodified emergency ordinance extending and amending ordinance number 5944 pertaining to COVID-19 economic recovery and Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 response task force presentation. Recommendation of the Council: A, adopt by at least 5 affirmative votes, and after reading in full, an uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara extending and amending ordinance number 5944 pertaining to COVID-19 economic recovery. And B, receive a presentation from the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Response Task Force, LAM-CRTF, regarding their outreach and awareness campaign to the Latino community.
Thanks. Mr. Harris, are you there? Thank you.
Very good. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I'm Jason Harris, the city's Economic Development Manager, presenting the staff report today. To address the COVID-19 public health threat, the state mandated that all non-essential businesses close and directed the public to stay at home on March 19th. Santa Barbara's economy was dramatically impacted, as was much of the state. In response, this council took early and decisive action by directing the city administrator to utilize his emergency authority to close State Street to allow outdoor dining and other commercial activity in the public right-of-way, and adopted an emergency economic recovery ordinance number 5944 to allow the closure of streets on street parking, suspend regulations to allow commercial activity to temporarily operate outdoors. The ordinance was adopted on May 27th with a term set to expire on September 8th, 2020. Not only did this ordinance, an opportunity for businesses to operate outdoors, prove to be a lifeline for so many food service businesses to be able to reopen and survive, the community has embraced the closure of State Street as a promenade, which in turn has supported the recovery of downtown retailers. However, as the state continues to grapple with COVID-19 public health crisis and the state enacting restrictions in July for a number of business types from conducting indoor operations, their ability to move their business activity outdoors has been a critical necessity. In recognition that the public health orders are still in effect and many business types are still prohibited from normal operations, staff recommends that the term of the Emergency Economic Recovery Ordinance be extended by 3 months until December 8th, 2020, and that a 3-month option to extend until March 8th, 2021 be added to the ordinance so long as the local and state public health orders are in effect. A provision to allow temporary signage within the outdoor commercial areas is also included. Lastly, following the successful efforts to mitigate large public congregation on the city's beaches for the 4th of July holiday weekend, staff is recommending that the city proactively plan, prepare, and communicate to the public in advance the closure of city beaches and adjacent public parking areas, the exception that the public parking on Stearns Wharf and Harbor Main lots remain open. Active water sports will be allowed, but group and passive use on the beaches, such as beach volleyball, picnicking, and sunbathing, would be prohibited that weekend. This concludes the staff presentation. My colleagues and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Harris. Do we have questions from the City Council? Mr. Jordan? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess kind of my global question would be the chatting about the ordinance and just moving the ordinance forward. Would that be a separate item than talking about what I guess I think are just our internal guidelines for parklets and use downtown? Are those two separate items, or those aren't actually included in the ordinance? Would that be correct?
Mr. Harris, if you would give us some clarification, and if you could let us know the question that is being asked about the parklets and their use after 10 p.m. That might be what Mr. Jordan is asking.
Would we separate those parts of the discussion, or that discussion go with the ordinance approval?
I'll make a first pass, and then my city attorney colleagues could also probably opine as well. The ordinance one that council adopted does allow business activity throughout the city in various forms, including parklets, which are the use of on-street parking spaces. We've seen many of these occur where there's a small platform built to create the kind of adjacency and transition from sidewalk into on-street parking space utilization. We've also seen now barbers and hairdressers facilitate this use of public space temporarily. To answer your question specifically in the context of hours of use, there was kind of two parts of function that established all of this. One was council's directive to the city administrator on May 19th to use his emergency authority during the pandemic to facilitate the closure of State Street and initiate outdoor dining activity. During that activity and in that action, hours of use, which established 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. was enacted. Then the following week, council adopted this emergency ordinance. Going forward, if there was any desire to modify that emergency authority, there would need to be a need to modify the ordinance. Before you today is a modification to the ordinance, as I've referenced, to modify term as well as give authority to close the beaches. If council desires to also extend the hours of operation of the outdoor dining function, then that would be an action of council today. We do have draft language prepared that could be read into the record and modified the ordinance if that was council so desired.
Mr. Casey?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Mr. Harris misspoke. It's 10 p.m. that the ordinance allows activity to. Just make sure there's no misunderstanding of that. Just a little context on that. If you recall, back when we were putting this together, we were in a complete lockdown mode, and this was kind of the first reopening that was being allowed, and it was primarily for restaurants and possibly retail as well. So we recommended a 10 p.m. closure time as seeming like a reasonable time under that environment. Things have evolved, and so what's before you today is the ability, if council would like to, is to modify the closure hours, either for a certain part of town or citywide. So yes, if it's the closure hours you're talking about, this is the time we're looking for input and direction from council.
And then a couple further questions on that. And that would be modifying what's in the ordinance would be applicable only to city property and right of way where we've allowed businesses to move into, it would not affect already existing and approved sidewalk operations or patios on a private parcel that are outdoors. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then when, just to switch, go off on a tangent to another part of it, when you're talking about the weekend for the closure, however you want to term the closure for the city beaches and parking lots, does that mean Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or what would be your definition of a weekend?
The well,
Harris,
I'll
thank
add,
you.
and city administrator could also add opinion. We're just this draft ordinance modification allows the city administrator the authority to close. This is not establishing the specific days and hours. However, following the 4th of July weekend, it was a Friday morning till a Monday morning closure. And so I would envision a kind of a similar time period, but again, to be adjusted and modified as necessary, potentially, extending it to Monday evening if that was in this case, a 3-day holiday with the Monday closure, for instance. So I think we would finesse based upon the holiday and expectation of beach usage.
So for instance, you're saying, given the past, your definition of a weekend would be midday Friday to midday Monday.
Approximately, but however, recognizing that this action is recognizing Labor Day and the 3-day weekend that associates, that Monday being the 3-day part of the 3-day weekend. I might.
No, I get that, but what it says in the staff report is the Labor Day weekend. Just tell me when the Labor Day weekend is.
If I might, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing me. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, the ordinance language, not the staff report, the ordinance language itself refers to holiday weekends and other times that the director, Mr. Casey, determines is necessary. So even if there's a dispute as to whether the weekend means more than Saturday and Sunday, the draft ordinance allows Mr. Casey to include Friday if he needs to.
So the input, if we wish to input on what the weekend means, would be also a topic to have today?
No, Mr. Casey has an idea. Go ahead.
Might be the same idea as mine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm always happy for input.
Okay.
I'll tell you 3 weeks out, my current mindset, the Labor Day weekend is Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, with Monday being the official holiday. I think as we get closer, we will gauge what's happening across the region. If we recall the 4th of July, they were shutting down all of Southern California's beaches. And so that's where the flexibility, if we want to consider Friday, might come into play. But my current mindset is Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Okay. So the real answer to my question is you'd like to continue having that flexibility to decide it as you get closer. It's like an agonizing answer to get here.
Yeah. And just, I mean, as we all reflect, this continues to change on a daily basis. So having that ability to just fine tune it as we get right in the moment, I think would be very helpful to us.
I agree. The fine tuning is not hopefully another 500 emails. And then my last question regarding that, Mr. Casey, is probably to you on where are we on better deployment of better signage to beach access areas that mainly in the neighborhoods where people would gravitate towards once we shut down the sections of the waterfront and make it clear that those aren't spaces to take your cooler and your beach chairs. So 1,000 Steps, Mesa Lane Steps, and coordination with the county to see that down at Arroyo Burro.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if Ms. Johnson's on the line or not. She's taken the lead on the signage part. We continue to try to deal with signage. We know that Mesa Lane Steps in particular is an area, working with Ms. Zachary in the Parks Department and others, where we've tried to do signage. Quite honestly, that signage has been vandalized quickly in that area. And so it's hard to put something in of permanence that maintains itself. but we will continue to work on that. And with regards to Royal Borough, we're not sure yet what the county's actions are going to be with regard to beaches for Labor Day weekend.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Harris or Mr. Casey? Otherwise, we'll go on to the presentation by the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant Task Force. Anybody else have questions? Mr. Casey?
Madam Mayor, the presentation by the Latinx Task Force is really just informational only. It might be simpler to take public comment on the ordinance and take action on that, and then just have the Latinx presentation at the end.
Thank you
Just
for
a
your
suggestion.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question to that point. Is there anything that might be in the informational presentation that might affect the ordinance in any way?
We think not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So let's go to public comment then on the COVID-19 aspect of the emergency ordinance. Ms. Clerk, do you think 3 minutes is a good amount? How many folks do you see? Okay, thank you.
Let's see, we have about 11 so far. I expect a few more. And so we'll take, and I'll list a few out here. Joseph Crosby, then Nicole Unra-Enos, Richard Bertie, Marge Caffarelli, Brandon Restano. Joseph Crosby, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to apologize for earlier and speaking out of rote or out of turn, but I want to thank you once again for all of your time and the hard work and efforts you are all putting in during this very difficult time. And I want to just recognize, some of the challenges I see to what's going on with COVID in our city. I started to say before, it's my experience working downtown and having a pretty large network of friends that are very social, that people are choosing to socialize regardless, unfortunately. And working downtown and being very well connected to other businesses working downtown, I think it's a mistake to limit the parklets and those social areas where staff is being greeted with positive response regarding masks and spacing for the most part in businesses. I think it's a much safer alternative than closing downtown early and then inspiring people to still socialize, but at house parties and such, where there is no controls in place. There is simply suggestion, hey, make sure you wear your mask, but there's no one really enforcing it. As a person working downtown, I know for me, I do look forward into the future and get concerned about what's going to happen with my personal income, what's going to happen with the income of my friends and family who work downtown when unemployment slows down, when, there's just so many variables and questions. And considering that more than 70% of my income comes from the hours of 10 o'clock to 1 p.m., it would be seriously undermining both mine and several hundred people's opportunity to try to make an income, make a living during this very challenging and tumultuous time. I'd like to just once again reiterate, please consider that the safety of the people who are going to find ways to socialize might be better served by providing them places that are safe and accountable for them to still socialize. Thank you very much for all of your time.
And thanks for waiting. Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nicole Unra-Enos. Nicole Unra-Enos, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nicole Unra-Enos. I moved here from New Mexico about 12 years ago after finishing college to pursue a career and get a higher education from UCSB and City College. During this last decade or so, I've been working in the bar service industry from Zello's, if anybody remembers that establishment, to the Wildcat Lounge and the Santa Barbara Polo Fields. These jobs have definitely been the reason I've been able to stay in Santa Barbara, afford the rent, and other costs of living that Santa Barbara and California has over other states. I also live downtown and love it. I can walk to work. I feel connected to my community, living close to State Street, and of course, supporting local restaurants, bars, and retail shops. With COVID obviously impacting our town during these times, it's been amazing to see the city come together. Thank you so much for that, allowing businesses to have this extended seating and parklets to help keep businesses open. Most likely to have that shut down at an early point in time would be a huge financial hit to all servers and business owners, of course, in this industry. About 50% of my income comes after 10 p.m. I'm like the speaker before me, asking on behalf of myself, my friends, my coworkers, that you extend the parklet hours to at least midnight, 12:30, or just a later time than 10 p.m. Many people need the extra money to survive the cost of living here, plus afford to continue taking classes at the university level and have, a reason to stay in town. Also, with the safe distancing and mask wearing by staff and customers, bars actually are a safe environment for people to be out and not spreading the virus at house parties that I know have become more and more popular. Santa Barbara, has been a big tourist town since and before COVID, and it's obviously been hugely impacted. So we need the city's help and during this time to be open later. And I really appreciate your support in this local service industry. Thank you for your time and appreciate all the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Richard Bertie, and then Marge Caffarelli, Brandon Ristano, John Jarrett, and Sean Bellway. Richard Bertie, please go ahead. Richard Bertie, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Mr. Bertie, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Can you
There you
hear
go.
me?
Go ahead. Perfect.
I just
Yes.
wanted to thank you all for the effort you made to revitalize State Street. It's really working well. Could be better. One of the things, I go to Joe's once a week, and I'd like to call your attention to the 500 block. The bicyclists still drive through there. The roller skaters still rush through there, sometimes in big groups. There's one little sign that I know of on the corner of Coda and State. It's in the center of the street, behind the barricades. And the sign saying in yellow, no bicycles or skateboards, they don't see. So I've sent you an email suggesting that you consider putting a higher sign with the no skating stuff on top, one in the middle, one on each side of by the sidewalks, left and right, so that the people can better see them, and that might help. But they do rush through there, and it's scary. So that's the only thing I can say. I applaud you. I hope that we really work to make the promenade a real promenade. Right now, we're making the best of what we have, which is not much, but it's better than what it was. But it could be a wonderful, magnificent asset to the city and to all of the vendors and entertainment facilities in those areas. Thank you for a good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Marge Caffarelli, Brandon Ristano, John Jarrett, Sean Bellway, Grace Slansky. Marge Caffarelli, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Madam Mayor, members of the Santa Barbara City Council administration, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just would again like to reiterate my thanks for closing that half block of 00 West Victoria to Chapala. It has been a huge help to our businesses. And I'd also like to thank Council Member Harmon for her help and time spent with us. It, you know, when we were in full bloom before COVID, the Santa Barbara Public Market alone employed nearly 250 people, all tenants combined, including the public market. I currently employ just the Santa Barbara Public Market 14 part-time employees currently. And when I surveyed our colleagues in the other restaurants, Scarlet Begonia, Bouchon, Olio y Limone, with their 3 concepts, we discovered that when we were all, you know, prior to COVID, we were right around 350 employees. So this is so important so that we can continue to operate and employ people that need to put food on the table for their families as well. And I want to thank you for stepping outside the box on this and working with businesses. And I want to thank Jason Harris as well. You know, he's had to come up to speed really fast and was kind of dropped into the fire. And I just think that this is a real example of how, you know, it's not them and us, it's us, how we can come together and collaborate and make our city a better place. And I think there are a lot of lessons learned with this recently that we can all use. And I want to be a resource. I want to be there for any of you at any time. And I know that you will be a resource for us as well. So thank you again. And also thank you for the mask enforcement. It's, you know, we are enforcing that and it's really hard on our staff and our employees, but it's so important. And so I thank you for that. And I hope that you all support this by extending it. I think it's just, it's a game changer. So thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Brandon Restaino, John Jarrett, Sean Belway, Grace Lansky. Brandon, please go ahead. Brandon, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Oh,
Go
can you
ahead.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. That's 2 weeks in a row with technical issues on my side. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And as echoing the former speakers today, thank you again so much for all the work you've done and creating and regulating the promenade to date. I can speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, who own 4 businesses downtown, 3 of which are cocktail bars, having a staff of 35. If we hadn't have received this ability to extend into the street, all 3 of our venues would have closed and all of our team would have been out of job. So we're incredibly appreciative for everything you've done to date, and just a huge thank you. And I'm speaking today just in support of removing the 10 p.m. closure time. We are primarily cocktail bars, though we've converted to restaurants this time per the COVID ordinance. And we tend to see the bulk of our business at or around 10 p.m. So any ability to continue to operate past 10 p.m. will enable us to continue to be open and survive the pandemic. Obviously, we're not thriving at this time, and it'll be a while while we're just kind of treading water, but your actions are enabling us to remain open, and we're very appreciative. And again, just want to reiterate that we would love for this 10 p.m. Closure time to be removed. Thank you again for your time, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is John Jarrett. John Jarrett, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Jarrett. I'm the Director of Hospitality for a cocktail bar hospitality group in downtown Santa Barbara. I've been working with the group for about 6 years. And just to echo what a few others have said. I'm greatly concerned that this mandatory 10 p.m. closure for parklets would severely and adversely impact our business. The cocktail industry is my career. It's my passion and it's my livelihood. And without these businesses, I fear I would most likely need to relocate out of Santa Barbara. I appreciate all you do and thank you so much for your consideration in this matter.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sean Bellway, then Grace Slansky, Richard Clausen, and Bob Stout. Sean Bellway, please go ahead.
Well, hello. Hello, my name is Sean Bellway. I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara, and this town means everything to me. The thing I want most for this town is to be a safe and prosperous place. And the events of the last 6 months have obviously left the world a very changed and unsure place, and we're all having to make accommodations, both personally, professionally, and health-wise, we never thought we'd have to make. And it's important to me that we take these steps to ensure the safety and well-being of our residents in Santa Barbara. With that being said, I believe we have the capabilities to implement the measures that we need in our town to keep our residents and visitors safe. We've gone through restaurants and bars, have gone through major changes to the way they operate to allow the safe social distancing that we need. Operations are outdoors, in a business where square footage is so vital, and things are now strategically spread apart, and empty spaces are being deliberately implemented to keep us safe. People wearing masks or sanitation. But we have to keep reason in mind because, as this continued over months, we see that people will find an outlet, for better or worse, to be out of their house one way or the other. People still need to eat. People still need to have some sort of human connection. With all the procedures and regulations we have put in place, the reality is the safest place for people to be is within the confines of this structure which we have set up. Studies have shown over and over again that restaurants and bars safely social distance are not the primary spreaders of COVID-19. And we've all seen the dangers of the alternative, which is these underground house parties, completely unregulated, with zero solicitation or social distancing or sanitation practices or oversight. Businesses are dying. In an industry which has long struggled in this town, businesses have gone through great expense to accommodate these new procedures. And after all the expense and sweat equity that has gone into expanding into the open spaces which have been newly granted, to be told that they are largely unusable for the hours where they would get the most use, it serves a death blow to many businesses. 10 p.m. is an hour that a lot of these businesses see the bulk of their business. The virus does not transfer at a higher rate at night. And these nighttime hours is where these businesses operate. They support a huge sector of Santa Barbara's employment. These same nighttime hours are when people are most likely to have these unregulated large gatherings, which have been proven to be hotspots for a transmission of COVID. I understand that noise violations are an issue, but that should be addressed specifically rather than a blanket rule affecting all businesses equally due to the actions of a few bad actors. The rules and regulations are rapidly changing the world over, and the restaurant bar industry is doing its best to adapt in a safe way. But this most recent restriction on time just may serve as a nail in the coffin to a lot of businesses, which have been a backbone to Santa Barbara. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Mr. Bellway. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Our next speaker is Grace Slansky, then Richard Clausen, Bob Stout, Hillary Hauser, and Joanna Kaufman. Grace Slansky, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all of us. I want to comment specifically on the importance of extending the hours past 10 p.m. There are so many of us now, not just those of us working in the service industry that are working non-traditional hours. Some of us are working remotely. A lot of us are working at night. And those of us who don't work a 9 to 5 also want to be able to support the businesses around us that we love. 10 p.m. is kind of an arbitrary time and it makes it so that a lot of us can't go out and support those businesses and stimulate the economy in a way that we feel is really important. I urge you to extend the curfew past that time so that the rest of us are still able to patronize the businesses that we've come to love so much. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm frankly surprised at the number of speakers, almost all of them concerned with the extension of hours past 10 o'clock downtown. I had expected that there would be speakers pressing you to make the promenade a permanent fixture downtown, as I heard that there was an online petition to that effect. And I'd like to urge you not to make the downtown promenade permanent at this time. I support its temporary extension to December 8th and thereafter if statewide or county COVID restrictions remain in place, as recommended in the council agenda report. I think we are now about 5 weeks past the summer solstice and daylight hours are shortening and temperatures are cooling. Seeing how outdoor dining fares during inclement weather will be important to a rational long-term vision and plan for the promenade and for the greater El Pueblo Viejo. I applaud the council and staff for taking early and bold action to permit the creation of a promenade on certain blocks of state. It is an experiment that seems to have been successful, but the final outcome remains to be seen. I'm a pharmaceutical scientist, and to me, this experimental trial is not complete. The trial period has been too short. There is much yet to learn about how the establishments and their temporary constructions fare in sloppy weather, and if public acceptance and outdoor attendance continue at the current brisk pace. Fortunately, Mr. Harris brings not only multi-seasonal experience with Santa Monica's 3rd Street Promenade, but multi-year experience as well. Let him use it. As upbeat and enthusiastic as much of the current support for the State Street Promenade has been, a temporary extension, not a permanent establishment of it, is the prudent choice while the Downtown Long Range Planning Initiative Subcommittee continues its work on a viable vision for the entire district. Please ratify the ordinance number 5944 changes as suggested in the council agenda report. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Bob Stout, then Hillary Hauser, Joanna Kaufman, Robin Elander. Bob Stout, please go ahead. Bob Stout, please go ahead. Bob Stout, you can unmute yourself. All right, we will come back to Bob Stout. Next is Hillary Hauser. Hillary Hauser. Hillary Hauser, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you so much for hearing me again, and I appreciate very much your discussion of this issue. Actually, you've got 2 issues before you, and I really appreciate the fine balance that you all have to keep between health and economy. But the 2 issues, I'm not going to get into the curfew in the restaurant and so forth. I appreciate their ability to keep going in some fashion. I would like to figure out a better way for the trash that is generated by the afternoon takeout, because a lot of it ending up on the beach, and overfilled trash cans. We're still working on that, Heal the Ocean and Marburg. Part 2 is Labor Day. Please, the beach. Once again, I mean, can we please keep it open for recreation, for swimming, for surfing, for enjoying, but no camping, no food, no umbrellas, no chairs. Just Ventura, just no loitering. Enjoy the ocean, but we cannot go through another holiday on the beaches like we have in the past. Even when it's not a holiday, our trash queen at Heal the Ocean just picked up 400 pounds of trash this weekend at Santa Claus. We're putting in more trash cans. It's really out of control. I beg this council to take a proactive stand on protecting our beaches. But leaving them open for recreation, but not for, as Ventura calls it, loitering. Part two, the community in Montecito, the parking is really bad. The emergency vehicles, the fire truck cannot turn around. They can't get through there. It just happened this weekend. We must keep this organized so to protect everybody's safety and also to get Santa Barbara's COVID numbers better than they are. I appreciate all of you very much for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Joanna Kaufman, then Robin Elander, then Bob Stout and Tamara Erickson. Joanna Kaufman, please go ahead.
My name is Joanna Kaufman, and I am the board president for the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation. And we are fully supportive of continuing the opening of State Street to the public and pedestrians and other modes of transportation permanently. And specifically, we would like to see that this direction continues to incorporate all modes of transportation so that there's a plan in the future to accommodate, or not in the future, but currently to accommodate cyclists and not exclude them from the spine of the bicycle network. In the bicycle master plan, State Street is the spine of the bicycle network, and there is no safe alternative space for cyclists to go. So we need to keep that in mind. Secondly, we really do want to see State Street continue to be a public space. It's great that this has become a place where businesses can thrive, but we want this to be in an organized manner and to be mindful that the right-of-way is some of the few public spaces downtown, and that we need to make sure that there's appropriate space left open for ADA access, etc. I know that it is an emergency situation, and so things are kind of unfolding, but we'd like to see that it's organized and that there's space for all on State Street. And we appreciate staff's willingness to communicate with us about plans, and we're thrilled to see this continue, hopefully much longer than just during the pandemic. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Other speaker?
Our next speaker is Robin Elander. Robin Elander, please go ahead.
Mayor, City Council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Robin Elander, Interim Executive Director for the Downtown Santa Barbara Organization. The Downtown Santa Barbara Organization represents over 1,200 businesses in the downtown district. Thank you for all of your hard work, flexibility, and taking quick action to establish the emergency State Street ordinance and working collaboratively to figure out the many nuances of this new configuration. The temporary State Street Promenade and the outdoor dining has created a new energy downtown and has been a significant support for our downtown business community in this challenging time. One element of the ordinance that I would like for you to consider today as you discuss an extension for the additional 3 months of the promenade, which I do fully support the temporary extension, by the way, is how the 10 p.m. closure affects Type 48 licensed businesses or bars and lounges. About 2 weeks ago, I met with more than a dozen proprietors of these locations, of these types of businesses. Since bars are not able to operate inside their business premises due to the current county health guidelines and must operate outside in parklets, sidewalks, or temporary use parking lots, the 10 p.m. closure as part of the ordinance represents a significant problem, forcing them to survive on approximately only 20% of their income, as bars, it turns out, makes about 80% of their income between 10 a.m. and 2 a.m. With business down 40% across the board, per my conversation with this group due to COVID, and very few people wanting to even venture out, there is not enough margin for bar and lounge owners to continue if they can't stay open commensurate with their ABC license permitted closing time, which is slightly different for each business, ranging from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Many bar and lounge owners have been able to defer or reduce their rents during the stay-at-home order by working with their property owners. But what is clear is that they will have to be paying more than double their rent soon, and are wondering if they will still be able to stay in business if the ordinance remains the same and forces them to close at 10 p.m. each night. Bar owners, staff, and security are used to dealing with much worse behavior than enforcing people to wear masks or stay social distance. The proprietors I spoke to said they are more than happy to take on the challenges of enforcing these rules for health and safety of themselves, their staff, and certainly their patrons. I urge you to consider these factors as you extend the temporary ordinance, and I very much appreciate all that you've done to support our community and our downtown. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Elander. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Bob Stout, and then Tamara Erickson, Rochelle Monet, Thomas Byrne, Nicole Miller. Bob Stout, please go ahead.
Oh, I think I found the dreaded mute button. Did I?
You're good. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay, I've forgotten everything I was going to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. As you know, I've been involved in this from the beginning. I think back in March when we were closed down on March 17th. I own the Wildcat Lounge with my wife, Dawn. We've had it for 28 years. I also own the Little Kitchen restaurant right next door. I just really want to thank you all. You know how appreciative we all are of the action you took on May 22nd to allow for outdoor dining. It saved more than a few restaurants. And I think now we're asking you to help save some of the bars and lounges, which are no longer acting as nightclubs. I assure you that. Most of our occupancies are between 10 and 30%, even with the outdoor areas that you've granted us. Not all businesses in Santa Barbara are doing as well as a few that you see that have really enjoyed the outdoor dining. And even those that you see with lots of tables and chairs outside, remember there's absolutely no one inside. I'd like to speak to the professionalism of the bar owners, lounge owners in particular. As Robin Elander said, we met a week or so ago. If you visit the Good Lion right next to the Granada, I invite you to go there. You are greeted by a host. You're shown to a table. You're asked, well, you're made to wear your mask at all times unless you're seated at a table. You order food, and you act appropriately. We all, I can't stress this enough, all the owners understand the need to curb this virus. None of us want to make a buck at the risk of infecting anyone. Our staff, our customers, ourselves. So I just implore you to look at this, the fact that I think bar owners and lounge owners have been kind of left out. And I know I've kind of beat this drum before, but last year at this time, we probably had 3,000 to 5,000 people out on a Friday night at midnight. And this last Friday, we had more, Friday of Fiesta, I might add. We had probably more like 500, maybe 800 downtown in the funk zone. It's not hard at all for a seasoned professional bar lounge owner and to make their customers, to educate their customers on the needs to be safe. We practice great hygiene, and I would really just urge you to allow the lounges that are open, that are fighting so desperately to survive, especially as we head into winter without the holidays that we've missed, graduation, Memorial Day, July 4th, gosh, what am I missing? Fiesta, solstice. And now we're going to be heading into winter, and we aren't going to have the money we need to pay our bills and rent. Please extend it to at least 12 o'clock on the weekdays and 1 o'clock on the weekends.
Okay. Thanks so much. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Tamara Erickson, Rochelle Monet, Thomas Byrne, Nicole Miller. Ali Alstrand, and Dawn Manolakos. Tamara Erickson, please go ahead. Go ahead. Tamara Erickson, please go ahead. I will come back to you. Ms. Erickson, I see you have 2 logins. I just sent you your PIN. So if you want to speak on the phone, you can do that. We'll come back to you in a moment. Next, Rochelle Monet. Rochelle Monet, go ahead.
Hello. So anyone with 5% of a brain can see that there's no benefit to closing down bars and restaurants at 10, as we have factual data that screams the major source of spread is caused by indoor gatherings. What validity or data do you have to even suggest something like this? Also, many city residents depend on this as income, and by closing down restaurants and bars at 10, you are taking away their ability to provide for themselves and their families. When people can't provide for themselves, then homelessness becomes a greater problem. But I'm not so sure that matters to you, as we've all witnessed your treatment of the homeless. I know it's easy for you guys to sit there and recommend an ordinance such as this, as you are draining the city of its resources with your extravagant salaries. For example, Paul Casey makes $398,000 a year in salary, pension, and benefits. He promised to take a pay cut and instead took a 5% pay increase, while at the same time firing 400 low-wage city employees. I'm flabbergasted that you are even considering this ordinance. So show the city folk that you care by enabling the people of Santa Barbara to provide for themselves and their families. I beg you to stop suffocating the business owners in Santa Barbara. Do your job and give the people what we need to survive. There is no reason for this type of ordinance to be put in effect. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Thomas Byrne, then Nicole Miller, Ali Alstrand, Dawn Manolakos, and Tamara Erickson. Thomas Byrne, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council and staff, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for your consideration and your efforts in implementing the ordinance for the outdoor patios. It's been a very welcome addition to downtown. Whatever happens long-term, that's another discussion, but at the moment, given the fact that we're confined to outdoor business, it's a very welcome addition. I operate a bar on the 500 block, the James Joyce. I've been in business for 24 years. I have a Type 48 license, and I've acquired a temporary food permit, teaming up with 3 neighboring restaurants. And now I operate essentially as a restaurant, participating, practicing safe social distancing. Now, this is better than being closed, but we are probably operating at about 40% of our, an average weekly sales, which is not cutting it, is not covering our fixed costs. So it's quite difficult actually at the moment, but we are grateful for being open. But I would humbly request that you would consider extending the hours of operation for this type of business beyond 10 p.m., especially on the weekends, where we would get a large majority of our business between the hours of 10 and 2. So obviously safety is the main issue here, and that's the reason we're in this situation. But I would request we could come to some kind of compromise and extend the hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Nicole Miller, then Ali Alstrand. Nicole Miller, please go ahead. Nicole Miller, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me? I want to thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I've been on a few meetings with you guys over the last few months during everything going on. Once again, thank you very much for listening to all of us. I will say I've been listening to this meeting and I've heard a lot of people speak that I'm in agreement with, and people I've known for years. I came to UCSB in 1996 to get my degree, and I ended up in the service industry in 1999. I've worked at many bars and restaurants downtown for years. And I will say something about Santa Barbara we can all agree on is it's 2 degrees of separation. I guarantee seeing your faces, seeing your smiles. I've seen all of you downtown on the street. I've waved. I probably smiled at you. I may have served you in the past. And I think we all work together as a community, and we all do want Santa Barbara to be a safe place for everyone locally, and, the tourists. That's another story right now, but we do want to keep everybody safe and healthy. All of the bars and restaurants, every employee has worked closely with the health department over the years and the Santa Barbara Police Department to make sure that we are safe. We are used to IDing people. We're used to just keeping a clean, safe environment for people to go to. And right now, I can guarantee you everyone is working harder than they ever have to keep our restaurants and bars and cocktail lounges open. I would like to please ask that we can extend the parklets after 10 p.m. We are running on a lower capacity, and we also have employees that aren't even able to work because you're used to, some people have 10 staff members usually on a Friday, Saturday night. They can only employ 2 of us on a Saturday night right now. My livelihood. This is my livelihood. This is how I make my money. This is why I live in a city I'd love to live in, and I appreciate being here. So just please, when you're making your decision, consider all of us that do make our money between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. And please stay open for us. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ali Alstrand, then Dawn Manolakos, Tamara Erickson, Jim Cannell, Adam Cedrone, and Jason Jones. Ali Alstrand, please go ahead. Ali Alstrand, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Ali Alstrand. I'm a restaurant owner on State Street. I would ask to reconsider the closing early. First, I want to thank you for allowing us to extend our tables onto the street. It has been a great help, and I wish to see it as an ongoing privilege. In regards to closing at 10 p.m., as it is, we are struggling with regular business. Actually, our payroll is more than our sales at the moment. And for us to close at 10, it would mean we can't sustain our business. Our majority income is made after 10 p.m. As a compromise, I asked to let us open after 10 p.m. on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Alstrand. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Dawn Manolakos. Dawn Manolakos, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Dawn. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm here just, I'm the co-owner of the Wildcat with my husband, Bob, and I'm just here to thank you all for what you've done to help us downtown with our businesses. It's just been huge to see people come out and to be open. I'm hoping that we can stay open later than 10. We have many people that have been trying to come back to work. Last year, March, before we had to close, we had 50 people working for us, and we've now just hired back, I think 15. So I'm really worried about people, and I know they're struggling. Sorry, I'm nervous. And I also know that we're very responsible owners. And we just opened up this last Sunday for a brunch. It was beautiful to be outside, and people had a great time, and everybody was being very safe. And people definitely said they like to come out in the evenings too. So yeah, I just thank you for hearing me, and would really like to be able to stay open a little later so we could help people out and stay in business. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Tamara Erickson. Tamara Erickson, please go ahead. Tamara Erickson, please go ahead. Ms. Erickson, if you can't connect, feel free to send an email to clerk
Can
at
you
Santa
hear me?
Barbara. There you go.
Okay, I'm unmuted, thanks.
Okay.
So I'm Tamara Erickson. I operate Hotel Santa Barbara and have 6 retail tenants in the 500 block of State. And I understand and appreciate the quick effort you've taken to temporarily allow restaurants in the 500 block to thrive. We are all doing everything we can to help each other, and we know that these are frightening and unprecedented times. As you firm up what came quickly, I ask you to examine it carefully. Please get input. No one has contacted us, and our hotel and our 6 retail businesses take up a big chunk of the 500 block. Closure of State is good for restaurants, but it's not so good for retail and hotels. So please keep in mind as you think about this that the hours of operation, if allowed to continue past 10 p.m. with any type of amplified music, will have negative impacts. As you know, Hotel Santa Barbara has 75 guest rooms right there in the 500 block where folks typically expect to relax and sleep. And there is another hotel in the process across the street. So if this is a long-term solution, it's going to have long-term impacts. And although we're working right now, a lot of our employees are working right now, so they're not able to log in and make public comment. But we also have a large staff, and we're really trying hard to keep them employed, to keep their benefits paid, and to keep this local family business alive and thriving along with everyone else. And I know it's a challenge for everyone. Also, please keep in mind that the vibrancy and health of restaurants is important. Media perception that the area is unregulated and crowded doesn't always help to perpetuate the image that Santa Barbara is safe. And what we promote in our social media and what we think attracts guests is that Santa Barbara is small, has clean, wide open spaces, and is not crowded. And so the perception of crowds in a dense space sometimes could work against what we're trying to attract. People are coming here because they don't want to go to other large places that are crowded. So we ask that you continue to enforce all the masks and the peace and quiet so that all the businesses in the 500 block and in Santa Barbara in general can thrive. We do need to work together, and I really appreciate what you're doing and just ask you to consider all the businesses down there. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. Another speaker. Ms. Clerk, how many people do we have waiting? I'm considering picking someone to be the last speaker. Are more people coming on, or how's it working?
Madam Mayor, we have 3 more speakers, and there haven't been any additional people popping on for the past few minutes.
Okay. That'll be the final speakers then, those 3. Thanks.
Very good. It's Jim Cannell, Adam Cedrone, and Jason Jones. So Jason Jones will be our final speaker. Jim Cannell, please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. I just wanted to, you obviously know where I stand on State Street, but I wanted just to draw your attention because I was involved with the meeting this morning, although I never got to speak. But the two are intertwined. I mean, you're talking about wages and tenants and people being able that are being hit by this pandemic and losing jobs and not being able to pay rent. And then on the other side, you're looking at closing the hours of operation that affect the very people that you're trying to help. So you're not making, you're going around in a circle. You're just making it worse, and you're creating issues that don't need to be issues. The issue of State Street being open is an economic issue. It's also, you have to deal with the pandemic, but that's why you open State Street. You can't confine it, because what happens is that you create other problems, like loss of revenue, like people that aren't making money, loss of jobs. A disproportion of people are being hurt because of decisions that are being made at different levels of government. Don't let this be one of them. I represent 35 restaurants. Not all of them are open. You just have to realize that not everyone is benefiting. The longer that you can keep the vibrancy of State Street, as far as the longevity of whether it goes past September or not, is important. But what's important today is the length of time that these people can operate to recoup, create jobs, and make a living and pay rent. So that I'm only getting half or partial. But this is the landlord's dilemma. So with respect to the decisions that you have to make, be mindful of all the decisions and how each decision complex or trickles down to another decision. So don't cut off the head of the snake and then have the snake die if that's what you want. You have to allow businesses to operate. Otherwise, there's going to be a trickle-down effect of loss of jobs, loss of revenues, and people going out of business. You have a chance to keep these bars and restaurants open later. Take the opportunity, do what's right, create something that hasn't been created before, and that's a positive direction for business, property owners, and the community as a whole. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Adam Sandroni, and then Jason Jones is the final speaker. Adam Sandroni, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and staff, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us on these issues. Really appreciate, first of all, the quickness with which you were able to get the temporary promenade on State Street and get particularly continuing it to partially on the 400 block. I'm the director of operations for a local hospitality group here with operations primarily in downtown, and being able to be outside has been the difference between us, between me having a job and not having a job, and probably having to move back to Indiana, which is not something I want to do. So very much appreciate that. As far as the 10 p.m. Closure time, our establishments would most likely be forced to just close. I don't think we can make our rent payments, our payroll, without having the post 10 p.m. crowd. Our crowd is a lot of the local hospitality industry who get off work at a restaurant that closes at 9, 10, and then they come and finish their night off with us, which is the case for a lot of bars that have kind of converted into restaurant operations for the time being. I would very much advocate that the ordinance be adjusted so that restaurants and bars are able to be open on the new public spaces until their already existing license time, be that 11, 12, 1, or 2, depending on individual establishments. We've already set those things with the state ABC and the local police, and I think that's what ideally that's what would be followed for each space. That's that's really the only point I wanted to make on this, and really appreciate you taking the time to listen. And hopefully we can come through this with a still vibrant downtown, with both locals and tourists wanting to be downtown, and not have it be mostly a ghost town, which is what it'll be if places are forced to shut and landlords aren't able to replace those tenants. So thank you very much for the time.
Thanks. Final speaker.
Our final speaker is Jason Jones. Jason Jones, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Madam Mayor, council members. I just wanted to, I don't want to drag it out too long. I just wanted real quick to make the point that we've changed completely what we are. We're not bars anymore. We're not, the party places where people are standing on chairs and slamming shots of tequila. We're restaurants now. And you don't see many restaurants that have activities like that anymore anyway. I just wanted to make that a point that we're all very responsible business owners that want to protect our investments. I emailed all you guys this morning, so I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I just wanted to make that point that we're not the loud music and thumping, pounding music, that we were before. All right. thank you so much for your time, and I really hope we can push it to at least midnight, 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is that the final speaker, Ms. Clerk? Did anybody pop up?
Madam Mayor, one additional person came on, but that was after we had said that was the end.
Okay. I'm willing to listen to one more person.
Okay. Julia Meyer. Julia Meyer, please go ahead.
And then that's it. Thanks.
Very good. Julia Meyer, go ahead. There you go. Julia Meyer, go ahead. Julia Meyer? Madam Mayor, looks like she doesn't have a good connection or it's not coming through. So that's our final speaker.
Okay, so it's to the council, and Mr. Harris, if you would come back. So we're trying to decide to extend it 3 months to December 8th, and the clerk is going to have to read the entire ordinance. And then the other decision point is to go past 10 p.m. Do I have it right, Mr. Harris?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm certainly willing to go to midnight, and I want to hear what my colleagues have to say. And for people who have said, what are you doing? And, we're adjusting as we go along, trying to do the right thing here. So Jordan and then Friedman, go ahead. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like I'm falling into a trap here, but I don't want to admit that I might have more than 5% of a brain and agree with most of the things I've heard. But I agree with the extension of the order plus the 4-month option till March or April next year, whatever that phrasing was in the staff report. Also agree with the closure as outlined for the city administrator to take for, as he feels, the Labor Day weekend. I think it is desperately important for those of a couple of you and staff who know exactly where I live, that we find a way to install permanent signage on 1,000 Steps and Mason Lane Steps. July 4th weekend in my neighborhood was clearly a Mecca drawing point for people carrying umbrellas, ice chests, and chairs down to the beach and Mason Lane Steps. There was zero local resident conformance with the idea that you were not sitting and social gathering on the beach. There was no exercising going on. So I think it's, and you see the emails, you may or may not see the emails or the next door comments. The steps in particular, either one of those steps are just a problem just inherently because they're only 3 feet wide and there's no way to get apart from anybody going up and down, and you can't start down without knowing where somebody is. 241 steps coming up. So I'm hopeful that we can find a way to fasten permanent metal signage at the top and the bottom of both of those steps. As far as the night closures, I'm gonna have some comments on that, but generally what I'd like to float for consideration was that we allow in the central business district only 12 midnight daily, subject to any other restrictions on an individual's or a business's ABC license, and continuing to have it subject to both the county and the city live and amplified music restrictions and our own noise ordinance. We have an existing noise ordinance we can enforce too. The reason I'd like to restrict it to the CBD is I'd be interested in other council members' comments, but my opinion is most of the other areas in the cities that might have taken advantage of foray into parking lots or city right-of-way are right smack dab up against neighborhoods. Literally, they are on a neighborhood. They are the neighborhood buffer, their business. And I just don't think that's fair on neighborhoods to allow that type of use. There may be some one-offs that some people or one-offs in terms of blocks or areas that others may suggest, but I think the CBD is a good place to start that. So then just in a kind of a 2 cents kind of perception of that is in the last 2 months, I have not been downtown proper, wandering around in the street more than 2 or 3 times. And that's on purpose, of course. And I think when we were talking about masks last week or a couple of weeks ago, my count was very similar to the city's count, that 80 or 90% of the people I saw were masking up, but that was between 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock. I've heard from plenty of downtown people that as the evening gets later, the masking and the distancing starts to erode. And I guess my soft admonition or 2 cents would be, is that it only takes a few bad apples to upset the entire apple cart of what we're allowing. And it's so incumbent upon a business to make sure that they're managing proactively their particular situation, whether that's their queue of a people lined up on a sidewalk waiting to get into a business. It's their queue that they're managing, and to not make sure that those people are masked and staying apart, just as I stay apart in the line to go to Oat Bakery out on the sidewalk, or I stay in line at the supermarket. They have to do a better job at that, or else the few bad apples are going to be a reason for us to step backwards on this. Mr. Cannell mentioned this is a positive direction. You know, one of the other positive directions, if you want to put it that way, is the growth in COVID numbers in this particular type of crowd, the 30 to 45-year-old social gatherers that are out and about. And so we need to make sure that we're allowing this while we're maintaining less social interaction that would normally be the situation for a 500 block or other location in State Street that involves night socializing. So that would be my starting points. I'm interested in what other council members have to say about both 12 midnight and just the CBD, and happy to start there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman and then Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Councilmember Jordan said a lot there I agree with, and as well as the public comments, and I appreciate the public comment. I'll first just start by saying I agree with the extension of the ordinance to December with the option going into 2021 if needed. The beach closures to the active recreation, so being able to go swim, surf, I agree with that on Labor Day weekend. And then as to the extension past 10 p.m., this is one I struggle with because Councilmember Jordan mentioned the cases are rising and we have a public health threat with that. But we also have to balance the fact that a lot of the transmissions are happening in private settings. And so this is an opportunity perhaps to have more controls in a controlled setting, whereas people might just, if they wanted to have a social interaction, they might just at 10 o'clock take it to a private setting. Whereas here there's the opportunity for that, and that's a balance. And the other aspect of it is that we also have to look at where we want to be when we come out of COVID. And the more businesses that fail, the more our community is going to be impacted long term. And some of these are businesses that have been around, as we heard today, for 20, 25 years and up. And for example, we heard today that one that is a 40% right now of their sales, and it's not sustainable. So I do support the midnight extension in the central business district with the no music continuing, no amplified music. And I do agree with the point that that other areas are right up against neighborhoods, and there are some impacts that could occur if it went later. So, and with that, and the last thing I'd like to say is that to the businesses is if there is a business that you know that isn't having the best protocols, the proper protocols, help each other. We'll do our best for enforcement. We'll do our best as the city to educate. But I think that if businesses, as you as a business owner see another business owner that doesn't have the proper protocols, or you see an issue, is you can reach out to them because you all know each other. You're part of the same networks. And I think the peer-to-peer conversations can go sometimes much farther in a much quicker time frame. So that's the trade-off by should we extend to midnight, is I would hope that all would do the proper protocols, which most of you are doing, but that there would be that peer-to-peer interaction as well, in addition to whatever enforcement we need to do. So with that, I think that's all the points. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Ms. Snowden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I have a few thoughts here on the items on the table. I think it in some ways makes sense to have businesses operating under their existing license closure times. That is something that makes sense to me, but I'm feeling that we really need to be enforcing the safety elements. And this is an issue I've had throughout our decision to go to parklets and on the street. It is safer to be outside, but my concern is for the other pedestrians or people walking by when there is no buffer between those tables, and then it goes right to pedestrians. And so we're helping out businesses and we're helping patrons, but then it's not as safe for the people walking right past them. I have an issue with that. I think if we're doing really consistent mask enforcement and not having live music and having genuine actual spacing between those tables, a lot of them do not appear to really be having that 6-foot buffer. And if those tables are buffered from the street in addition to that, and also as Councilmember Jordan mentioned, really managing their queues, the lineup of people out front. I mean, if businesses really are going to take the responsibility to make those the safest possible environments that they can, and then I think, okay, extend the hours to the their existing licensure times. And if they're not able to manage those safety elements effectively, move it back to 10 o'clock. Leave it up to a business. If you truly are performing safety requirements really well, then I think that's reasonable. But if not, I'm not really interested in having businesses that are already sort of ignoring that safety requirement. Getting the extension of time seems irresponsible. And the live music and the things that we know are problematic really just cannot continue. Our numbers are rising. And the thing about having private settings being where we know a lot of cases are spread, the thing about community spread is that you can't trace it back to a particular bar or gym or location. So to say that it's not spreading in bars is not accurate. It's just that it's not traceable back to a particular bar when you have community spread. So I don't want to fall into that, well, in bars and open spaces, you don't catch it, and in private settings, you do. And so we're going to encourage people to go to bars instead of safely distancing in backyards. I think that's a little bit of a dangerous message there. So if we want to limit it to the CBD only, I think that's reasonable. Also, with moving outdoors, there is more sound. I know in Upper State Street, and a lot of the bars along there, if they're moving outdoors, they are right up against neighborhoods, and it does impact livability in a neighborhood. Although there are sounds associated with those anyway, even when they're indoors. So CBD, I think they could go till midnight or to whatever their current licensed time is. But with very strict, if it's not being maintained safely, we just rein it back and not really think twice about it. Leave it up to the businesses to manage their safety And I believe most businesses are, but there are a few who really are not. And I don't feel like extending the privilege of hours beyond if they're not really looking out for the safety of the whole community. I'll say safety comes first, and our numbers are rising in a not comfortable way. I do think that for Labor Day, personally, I'm just going to put forward my recommendation that that's Friday through Monday. I don't want to get to another situation again where people have made reservations thinking Friday things are open, or maybe the weekend. It's the whole Labor Day weekend, and I think that includes Friday. So that's my preference, that we just make that call now and not leave that particular weekend open to interpretation. The 500 block, I think we still need to keep evaluating that block. I think it's been a good trial having it open and seeing, but I'm hearing then from hotel businesses or what those impacts are. I think we need to keep looking at the 500 block. I like the December extension, and then with the December extension going to March extension, I think I do agree with Mr. Clausen that looking at the closure of State Street, which blocks it makes sense, and the continuum, seeing it through a season. This is sort of a unique opportunity for a trial like this. And I think it would be good to see that and to really take time with that long-term decision. But meanwhile, keeping it open while that decision and planning is coming about and we're getting that community input. I see it just staying open through that process and extending through there. So I think those are all my comments on that. I want to emphasize to people that I think some public commenters made it sound like we're imposing a 10 o'clock today as opposed to lifting the 10 o'clock restriction. So this isn't a consideration of things were open till midnight and now we're saying 10 o'clock. This is taking our 10 o'clock, which was originally what we thought, and seeing if we can adjust it. But I really want to tie it to the safety compliance, that it has to be able to be reined back pretty easily if a business is not complying. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon, your thoughts, and then I'll see if the good Alejandra Gutierrez or Oscar Gutierrez wants to speak. Go ahead, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my thinking on this, and I'm going to start with the hours issue, because to me that's maybe the most complicated to explain. It's certainly the thorniest for me personally to get my head around. And I think I'm coming down, I think, close to where Mayor Pro Tem Snedden is. And here's the thing. To me, a 10 o'clock or a 12 o'clock closure, it's sort of arbitrary. My goal really is not to, and my interest is not in regulating the hours of the business. My interest is in ensuring that the environment is as safe as can be possible to limit the spread of COVID-19. You can drink from 8 to 10 p.m. I mean, if the issue is drinking, I don't quite understand why 8 to 10 is any better from 10 to midnight. It just seems quite arbitrary to me. And I think we're not doing ourselves any favors by setting a time limit rather than saying our priority is not so much on whether you close at midnight or 12:30. Our priority is whether or not you are observing carefully the guidelines that are in place to ensure social distancing and safety. So that would really be my interest. And I think that's where Mayor Pro Tem Snedden ended up. I would be comfortable allowing bars to make use of their full allotted hours under their license, so long as we have some ability to actually enforce and engage on the issues of safety. That may be beyond the scope of what we're talking about today, but I did just want to put it out there that I think our priority is maybe a bit misplaced when we specifically focus so much on hours rather than on our capacity to ensure that businesses and individuals are actually following the rules and complying with these protocols that are in place to keep our community safe. So with all that said, I think there have been a number of reasonable, Councilmember Jordan, I think his proposal is reasonable. Certainly agree on the amplified music and the application of the noise ordinance. I would like to see the hours move to 12:30 rather than 12, if that's something my colleagues would consider. And the reason that I bring that up is because I've had a number of conversations with restaurateurs. I guess the bar owners are now themselves restaurateurs, where in going through the books, that extra half an hour really does make a significant difference to their ability to keep folks employed. And with the expiration of the unemployment benefits 2 weeks ago, I'm really feeling that it's incumbent on us to do what we can to support as many people as possible. Again, with the fundamental priority always being ensuring that safety protocols are followed. That is the bedrock on which we should move forward in any direction. So maybe that's a longer conversation for us to have, but it's definitely something I'm interested in pursuing. Appreciate the admonition to restaurateurs and bar owners to really look out for one another and to hold one another accountable for compliance with these protocols and systems. We really are all in it together, and it's going to take all of us to ensure that we move forward safely. So with that, I would ask that my colleagues would consider 12:30. I also support the extension and the 4-month option, including signage. That was a big one. I think that's should be a priority for us. And I think I covered everything. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's a 3-month extension. So it's to go to December 8th with the option to go 3 more months.
Apologies.
Just for your information. Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
I just want to say that I back up Ms. Harmon's request for the 12:30 extension. And I do agree that we should be focusing more on the safety issue. So I'm with agreement with Ms. Sneddon and Ms. Harmon with that.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, your opinion? Thanks.
Yes, I feel that that I'm in agreement with Ms. Harmon on restricting the hours of operation of selling alcohol to 12:30. I've spoken to a lot of the State Street businesses. Some of them are located on blocks that have not been given equitable treatment as all the other blocks on State Street. So to further restrict their ability to run their business just seems wrong. And obviously I've seen them, I've gone down there to monitor them, and for the most part, they're doing a pretty good job making sure people are being safe. And I feel that, you know, when their livelihoods are on the line, they're taking it extremely seriously. So I trust them to make sure that people's health are being considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to ask my colleagues to consider taking away the CBD, the Central Business District part of it. There's other commercial areas in the city. I don't think it's fair to them, to Coast Village Road. If we're going to let these businesses go beyond 10 p.m., it should be fairly to all the businesses in the city. I do support extending for 3 months the ordinance with the 3-month option. Yes, the Labor Day beach closure, hoping for good signage, and but I would like to leave it up to Mr. Casey, the Friday, Saturday, Sunday aspect. With all due respect to Councilmember Sneddon. And then yes, Ms. Hauser, a public speaker, when the beaches are closed to loitering, you called it, but you know, sunbathing and hanging out, it's active recreation so that people keep moving. That's how we did it last time and it worked out fine. And then yes, we should be monitoring the business activities for safety and adherence to protocols. And I guess I'm willing to go to 12:30 if that it seemed like there was some push for that. But of course, keep an eye on everything. And if things don't seem to be safe or getting out of hand, then we can pull it back. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I have a question for Ms. Sneddon. Ms. Sneddon, could you repeat your suggestions about the Monday through Friday? Is the Monday through Friday to keep that hourly extension after 10 p.m. for the business owners, and then Saturday, Sunday keep it, or could you?
It wasn't me.
Oh,
I was just saying to go to whatever their current licenses are. It could be somebody else.
okay.
What she was saying, Ms. Gutierrez, was that the beaches would be restricted Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Okay. And then, Madam Mayor, you said that you would like to leave it to Mr. Casey to make the call for
For whether the beach is closed Friday morning all the way to Monday night. I think last time we did it Friday morning to Monday morning.
And
Because
this is
usually
for-
people on the Monday, they're traveling back, or not that we're encouraging people to come, but Mr. Casey, your thoughts?
I would like
Yeah.
to support that.
So Madam Mayor and Council, the difference is that you had a 4th of July that occurred, the 4th was on a Saturday. And so a lot of people then had that Friday as a holiday. And there still is kind of this work dynamic that's occurring with people working remotely, but people had Friday off. And so we closed the beaches on Friday through the end of the day, Sunday. But that was for the 4th of July. So Labor Day is a little different. The holiday is on the Monday. And so the question is, and happy to get input, if we want to close the beaches down Friday morning or if we want to start it on Saturday morning. But I definitely think that we should extend it through the holiday of Monday and have the beach and the parking lots reopen on Tuesday morning.
I would like
You
to
have the
support
floor.
that request, Madam Mayor.
Say it again. You support.
I would like, I would like to support that request, closing it Friday night all the way through Monday.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Casey, about the holiday part of it. Jordan and then Sneddon, or did you have, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that's Coast Village Road is exactly the type of input I was hoping for, because I obviously don't get out a lot necessarily. But I'm really, I do have experience up in Upper State Street just because when I'm working at work, that's where I am. And, you know, I would, I guess, caution about opening it up everywhere without maybe more discussion. You know, when I'm ready right now to say the CBD and Coast Village Road until 12:30. And as part of the motion on the other points also, and I think the city staff has heard repeatedly comments about making sure that we are in some type of enforcement and assessment mode as this goes forward. I don't think anything would be appropriate to put in a motion or say other than that. I think they've gotten the message when they've heard from several of us now on the potential for this not being a positive things in terms of the health order. So, but I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to hear if there's any more areas other than CBD and Coast Village Road, because I'm willing to make a motion, but you indicated you thought it should be citywide, but I know there's particular concerns on Upper State Street. So I'll just float that out there.
Okay, well.
Mr. Friedman.
We could allow, Mr. Friedman, you're being called out to give your opinion about Upper State. But what if we allowed it citywide, and then if there were problems, we could pull stuff back? Mr. Friedman, go ahead. You're muted,
yeah.
Mr. Jordan.
Sorry, so if you're asking me that specific question as part of my comment, I think there's a push and pull right now on how much we actually want to enforce for a lot of reasons. Do we want to appear enforcing? Do we have the resources to enforce? Is that a best use of a limited resource in terms of field officers, putting them in that type of situation based on where we're getting a return on an infection statistics? So I think city staff has kind of heard it from more than one of us, several of us, that we need to play a role in that. But I'm not confident that the scofflaws, so to speak, would be noticed, without just more being pummeled with emails and having to send it to staff. So I think my preference would be is that we just cherry pick spots that don't have an impact. So I'll get out of the way now. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon was ahead of you, but Mr. Freeman, to that question, thanks.
Yeah, I do have concerns with the Upper State Street area because it does specifically border neighborhoods that have been impacted or some have expressed impacts. I also think we could see what happens with the Central Business District and Coast Village Road. And so that's one thing we could look at. And as to the issue, enforcement is the key. I think we've all said that here, if there are any bad actors. And I think with our enforcement, it's a difficult job as it is within the Central Business District area, but to have the enforcement all over town, it would spread our resources thin. So I think the good compromise is the Central Business District, Coast Village Road. I'm supportive of the 1230. I do have one question though, because it was raised that it goes to whatever their liquor license is. So if the liquor license goes later than 1230, are we just saying whatever your liquor license is to 1230, or the liquor license, which in many cases is 1:30? So, but to keep it simple, I'm supportive of the 1230, or the liquor license if it expires earlier, Central Business District and Coast Village Road.
Well, let's have a discussion then about the liquor license, because if they're acting as a restaurant, then people generally finish eating midnight or 12:30. Are people really going out for food after 12:30? That doesn't make sense to me. So then to me, after 12 or 12:30, it's acting more like a bar and not so much like a food service. But Ms. Sneddon has the floor next. Let's just talk it out, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll go to the presentation from the Latinx and Indigenous group. Ms. Sneddon, your thoughts on this? Let's talk it out.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in agreement that enforcement, the only way I can see extending any of these hours is if we have strong enforcement, and the more broad we make this, the less enforcement we can actually do. So Central Business District and Coast Village Road, I think, is a good addition to that. And if they really are outdoors and spaced apart, but I don't think we need citywide to be having outdoor, as you're saying, bar functions, late into the night. So that would be my concern. I think let's try it with Central Business District and Coast Village, but beyond that, I don't think we can genuinely enforce it.
Okay, well, the motion will include enforcement and assessment mode. Somebody said that, and I thought that sounded good. So right now we're orbiting around Central Business District and Coast Village Road with an enforcement and assessment element. Labor Day weekend, Friday night to Monday night. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan. And 12:30, is that what we're orbiting around?
So you were asking for comments on at 12:30. So I support the 12:30, but my thought behind 12 or 12:30 was that that would be the latest you could go, regardless of what your ABC license said. And in some cases, I think some people even alluded to that their ABC license said 11:30. And so if that's the case, then it would be 11:30 for your alcohol beverage service. So, but if you're serving food, you could go to 12:30. So that was my intent. And I hear I'm interpreting that as what you're saying now too. So that would be my 2 cents.
Okay, but if someone's liquor license is 1:30, they have to stop at 12:30. I think that's what we're talking about. Okay, and I see Mr. Casey and Mr. Jordan shaking their heads, or nodding their heads. So Ms. Clerk, we're gonna take a stab at, let's start with the things that we're in agreement on. To extend the ordinance to December 8th with a 3-month extension option. the beach closure for Labor Day weekend from Friday night to Monday night with active recreation only on the beaches. Because the parking lots will be closed, signage in the neighborhoods. Extending the hours to 12:30 a.m. in the CBD and Coast Village Road with enforcement and assessment function. And I think that's it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So the funk zone isn't going to be added to that, or other parts of town, just the CBD and Coast Village?
You know, you're right. Mr. Casey, where does CBD end and funk zone begin? There's a good question.
I think that's a great clarification. I think you should be specific about funk zone. So I think that's a good point.
So we'll add funk zone in there, Mr. Gutierrez?
I kind of want it to be citywide, right? Because there's also businesses on the Mesa and
Upper State Street.
What's that?
Upper State Street, yeah.
State Street.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Sneddon, can we just try
So,
citywide?
I still think there's fatal flaws in Upper State Street if you wanted to try citywide, and not Upper State Street, but there's probably some places on the east side too that are right in, literally the back of the business is the backyard of somebody's house. I agree that however we want to define the funk zone should certainly, it's a great catch by Mr. Gutierrez, but I would still support just CBD, funk zone, and Coast Village Road. And again, for the same reasons on protection of the neighborhoods, and also to Ms. Sneddon's point of eventually just where can we begin to enforce this if we want to keep an eye on it. So those three would be my preference.
Yeah, I'm going to point out that the CBD abuts residential areas too. But Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suddenly feel like this is entirely out of hand and like not what was an easing of the time of closure is now turning into 12:30 citywide when it was 10 o'clock. And to me, that's just far too much invitation for exposure responding to what we're in the middle of with this pandemic. I don't think it's responsible. If we want to do it citywide, I think let's make it an earlier time then, like going from 10 o'clock to 11:30 if you're going to do it citywide. I just think there's sort of a finite amount of open spaces that we can be doing this in. And so it can either be concentrated in a smaller area that we can enforce, or if it's more broad and we know we can't enforce that broadly, then I'm really not comfortable going to 12:30 citywide. I think much more, I'd rather just rein it back. So it was sort of a compromise on my part, but no, 12:30 citywide, I don't feel that that's safe.
Okay, we can pull that out and vote on it separately if I don't know how this sounds, but if you're the only person that feels that way, Ms. Sneddon, let's hear from Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just trying to understand. I think I'm getting a little bit confused because I thought, though this 10 p.m. was in existence from the beginning of this ordinance, it was never enforced. Is that correct? So it's not that we're loosening the restrictions. I guess I'm just trying, I'm a little confused about the genesis of this conversation in general, but we could just bracket that. I think that it is reasonable and constrained for us to limit the areas where this applies to. I think the virus is so destructive and has been so destructive that I think it's a reasonable step. Clearly, my colleagues are very open to adding areas where this makes sense and where we can reasonably enforce. So, it may be something where we list those 3 specific areas to close at 12:30 and then acknowledge that some flexibility may be necessary and give that flexibility to our city administrator to include certain areas of town that may be perfectly applicable to fit within this sort of small circle of spaces that we can enforce, that we can keep control of. So I would like to see us keep it in sort of limited areas, but give some flexibility in the event that there are parts of the city that we have not considered.
Okay, let's go ahead and try to make that a motion then. So CBD and Coast Village Road and Funk Zone to 12:30 with some flexibility, possibly under the authority of the city administrator, using enforcement and assessment as part of it. 12:30, I said. And then the beach stuff, we have the extension 3 months plus 3 months. I think that's it.
I'll make that motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clerk, was that clear-ish?
No, sorry. Can you repeat it again?
So Central Business District and Coast Village Road and Funk Zone till 12:30 with enforcement and assessment function along with that. Labor Day weekend, beaches restricted, Friday night to Monday night. And signage in the neighborhoods to prevent people from parking there or to discourage them from parking there.
Okay, I want to second that motion.
Okay, good. Thank you. We have a motion. Did you have some advice, Mr. Kalan?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thanks for recognizing me. A good portion of what you are discussing in this motion will be in the ordinance. So after you make this motion, give us a chance to do some quick discussion and drafting, and we'll come back with the parts that are in the ordinance and the parts that require a separate motion.
Understood. And we need to take a break anyway, so we'll vote, take a break, and then, no. Yes, we'll vote on what we want. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back and take a formal vote on the ordinance, Mr. Casey?
Or I'll defer to Mr. Kalan what he was going to suggest, but we could maybe have the break to kind of organize the language, and then you could know what you're voting on at that point.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting as well, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Gorman, it looks like we're going to take a break and then come back and vote. And then also I'd like to thank Lisa Valencia Sherritt and Genevieve Flores Haro for waiting to give us their presentation about their outreach to the Latinx community. So Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a question about, and I guess we'll come back in the language, but so for those areas that aren't going to 12:30, are they still staying 10 o'clock?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. So rather than going to 11 everywhere, we're staying 10 o'clock in some areas and 12:30.
Right. So we're not going citywide.
Okay. Thank you.
Hoping. Okay. I think we understand what we're doing. This meeting is in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, I think we're ready to come back to order. And we have the newly drafted ordinance to put on the screen. Do I have that right?
Yes, we'll pull it up here.
Okay, Mr. Four, it's your computer. Okay, so it includes specifications related to the beach closure. Mr. Casey, did you want to take it away?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So we worked with the attorney's office. We just quickly made some modifications to the ordinance, and I will try to show you the changes we made in the ordinance that's reflective of the proposed motion that you have on the table, as well as the other guidance that you're giving as part of the motion as well, which isn't necessarily being codified in the ordinance, but I think is appropriate to be included in the motion. So the beach closures gives me the flexibility, but shows including the preceding or following Friday or Monday as applicable. And so we added that. Your motion does say Friday evening to Monday evening. So that will be our starting point. And if anything, we would perhaps extend it for all day Friday as we get closer and get a feel for what other jurisdictions are doing and how things are setting up. And then if we could scroll just a little bit for section 5. And I'll go ahead and read it, although Ms. Gorman will have to read it again, but it's just easier, or I'll paraphrase the beginning. So food establishment hours of operations in the Central Business District, Funk Zone, and on Coast Village Road, as shown on a map maintained by my office, may operate between the hours of 7 a.m. and 12:30. We need to tweak that, not 2:30 a.m.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I know. There we go, live editing, if you can. So we'll make that 12:30 a.m. unless an earlier closing time is required as a condition of the ABC liquor license or land use permit for the establishment, and subject to compliance with all operational requirements of the county public health officer. And then just to clarify, the closing time of 10 p.m. remains in effect for other areas of the city. And then the flexibility some of you were talking about is the city administrator is authorized to extend the authorization of the section to other areas of the city by issuance of supplemental regulations. And so that's just in case we missed a certain area that makes a lot of sense, that gives us the flexibility to do so. So those are the key changes. And then the other things that are part of the motion, the additional signage at 1,000 Steps and Mesa Lane Steps is part of the motion. We get that as direction to us and advisement to us. Same thing with the enforcement and assessment. That's making sure that people are operating safely and under the approvals of the public health order and their self-assessment that they do. We will work on that, on observing that. So I think that covers your other issues as well.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. So your yay or nay vote going forward will be related to what you see on the screen, and then the added things that Mr. Casey mentioned. Mr. Jordan?
Madam Mayor, do I need to re-motion the motion after seeing all this? I would make that motion again then, I guess.
I think it stands.
Okay, I don't know that there was a second.
It was Alejandra Gutierrez.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, this is an emergency ordinance that the clerk will read in full before you vote.
Okay, so everybody hold your horses. We are going to have the clerk read the ordinance in its entirety. Thank you. Then vote.
All right, and I will briefly restate the motion just so that we have it for the record also. And that's a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez to extend hours to 12:30 in the Central Business District, Coast Village Road, and Funk Zone with some flexibility under the authority of the city administrator using enforcement and assessment. As part of it, extend the ordinance to December 8th with a 3-month extension option. Beach closure for Labor Day weekend from Friday night to Monday night with active recreation only on the beaches, signage in the neighborhoods to discourage parking there. And now I'll read that ordinance into the record.
Anything else, Mr. Kawan?
Yes, Madam Mayor, a portion of what the clerk read is duplicative of what's in the ordinance. Perhaps Mr. Casey could restate, though, motion. I think we're looking at two motions. One will be to adopt the ordinance. The second would be to give Mr. Casey the direction. So if he would state the directions that you stated, we'll have the ordinance and then a motion on the directions.
So if we're doing two steps, then the ordinances, as Ms. Gorman will read, which will include the closure times and the beach closure direction. And then the second ordinance would be better signage. I don't believe it's to restrict parking. I think it was better signage to try to enforce the beaches for recreational purposes only at those access points of Thousand Steps and Mesa Lane Steps. I just want to clarify that on the motion. If it's parking restrictions that you're looking in those neighborhoods.
No, thanks.
Okay. And so I think the signage and then the enforcement and assessment of safe practices consistent with the county public health order would be in that second motion as well.
Something else, Ms. Denton? To the
Madam Mayor, just out to your discretion, I think you mentioned that if I wanted to not vote for the 12:30 closure time, I would vote for an earlier time, but 12:30 is too late and too broad, that I could vote for that separately, because I'd like to support the rest of the changes in the ordinance, but I'll leave that to your discretion if you want those separately or not. It's going to pass either way, so that's
I
up to
don't
you.
think we set it up that way. If you really wanted to take a stand, you would vote against the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Clerk, take it away.
This is an uncodified emergency ordinance of the county.
I could just, so I think at the advice of the city attorney, we want to break the motion up into two different motions. So I might ask the maker of the motion to modify the motion that's on the floor just to be the emergency ordinance with the closure hours of 12:30 for the Central Business District, Coast Village Road and Funk Zone, and the beach closure of Labor Day from Friday night to Monday night. And that would be one motion on the ordinance, and then we can have a second motion after you've acted on that.
Mr. Jordan and Ms. Gutierrez, are you okay with that? We're going to go with the first motion.
Yes, I kind of made your motion, but I'm good.
Ms. Gutierrez is the seconder?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now we can go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
And am I going ahead and reading the ordinance into the record at this point?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good. An uncodified, yes, okay. An uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, extending and amending ordinance number 5499 pertaining to COVID-19 economic recovery. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, findings and determinations. A, the finding and determinations contained in Section 1 of Ordinance Number 5499 are incorporated by this reference. B, the statewide emergency resulting from COVID-19 continues and the end of the emergency is uncertain. C, Ordinance Number 5499 expires on September 8th, 2020, unless extended by City Council action. The City Council finds and determines that extension of Ordinance Number 5499 is necessary to further public health, safety, and welfare of the city and its residents and visitors. In addition, the City Council finds and determines that certain amendments to Ordinance Number 5499 are appropriate to further the purposes of economic recovery and protection of the community. Section 2, extension. Ordinance Number 5499, Section 4 is amended to read as follows. This emergency ordinance remains in full force and effect until December 8th, 2020, and thereafter until March 8th, 2021. If the statewide or local emergency due to COVID-19 continues beyond December 8th, 2020. Nothing in this ordinance creates a vested right to continue any authorized activity or use beyond the term of this ordinance. Section 3, signs. Notwithstanding anything in Titles 22, 28, or 30 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to the contrary, temporary portable signs not exceeding a combined total of 6 square feet in area for any single business may be placed on the sidewalk or street within an area occupied by a business using the sidewalk or street for the conduct of business pursuant to Ordinance Number 5499. Notwithstanding Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 22.70.030B14, civic event signs, including banners that pertain to the COVID-19 emergency response, may be permitted by the city administrator. Section 4, beach closures. The city's emergency services director is authorized to order city beaches and beach parking lots to be closed on holiday weekends, including the preceding or following Friday or Monday as applicable, and and other times when the director determines a closure is necessary to enforce social distancing requirements established by state or county public health orders. Section 5, food service establishment hours of operation. Notwithstanding Section E1 of the supplemental order referred to in Section 2 of Ordinance Number 5944, food service establishments in the Central Business District, Funk Zone, and on Coast Village Road, as shown on a map maintained by the city administrator, may operate between the hours of 7 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. unless an earlier closing time is required as a condition of the ABC liquor license or land use permit for the establishment and subject to compliance with all operational requirements of the county public health officer. The closing time of 10 p.m. remains in effect for all other areas of the city. The city administrator is authorized to extend the authorization of this section to other areas of the city by issuance of supplemental regulations. Section 6, CEQA. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, this project is categorically exempt per Section 15304E of the CEQA guidelines regarding minor temporary uses of land. Section 7, declaration of urgency. This urgency ordinance must be adopted and must become effective immediately in order to protect city businesses from imminent economic harm due to the COVID-19 health pandemic. Finally, Section 8, if any section, subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this urgency ordinance is for any reason held to be invalid or unconstitutional by a decision of any court of competent jurisdiction, such decisions shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance. And that's it.
Thanks, Ms. Clerk. I didn't have one to read along with, so thank you very much. Are we ready to vote, everyone? Whenever you're ready to take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk. Thank you.
Very good. This is the vote on item 8. And this was a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, as restated a few minutes ago. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. It was unanimous. Very good. Mr. Casey, since you're the clear-headed person here, what was that second motion?
The other items you had on the table that you could make a motion is to advise staff to pursue additional signage at other beach entry points like Mesa Lane Steps and 1,000 Steps to enforce beach closure rules. And also that the evening hours for operating businesses like restaurants and alcohol establishments include enforcement and assessment of their restrictions as imposed by the county public health officer.
Will you,
Mayor, I'll be happy to make that motion.
and Ms. Gutierrez, will you take ownership of the second?
Yes.
Very good. Okay.
Yes.
We're ready for a roll call vote on that one then.
Very good. This is on the same item, the motion as stated by City Administrator Casey. And this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, so that was unanimous as well. And we'll be done with that part of the presentation, but continuing our COVID-19 item, this time turning to how the city is working with the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Response Task Force, which includes more than 60 community-based organizations, as well as county public health and county behavioral wellness. The group has some subcommittees focusing on youth mental health, family safety planning, and a third committee on education outreach and messaging, specifically looking at the health and well-being of the Latino, Indigenous, migrant community in the pandemic. We welcome to our meeting Lisa Valencia Sherritt and Genevieve Flores Haro to inform not just our city council, but the whole community about the work that they are doing and how everyone can make us safer during the COVID-19 pandemic. And Adriana Marroquin, we might have a third person as well on the presentation. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor Murillo, Santa Barbara City Council members. I'm Genevieve Flores Haro. I'm the Associate Director with the Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. And I'll kick us off before passing it on to Adriana. So this presentation is the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID Response Task Force for Santa Barbara County. And we're really delighted to share an update on our cross-sectoral countywide effort to respond to community needs. So if I can get the next slide, please. So as Mayor Murillo mentioned, we have about 60 participating organizations, including, and of the 60 participating organizations, there's over 150 individuals that participate in our efforts. And it's folks across the diverse multicultural body of community members in our county. So community-based organizations, health service providers, policymakers, UCSB, undergraduate, graduate students, representatives from elected official offices, funders, community members and leaders are just a sliver of the different folks that are present on our biweekly meetings. Our task force leadership is committed to building an inclusive countywide health equity initiative in collaboration with the Public Health Department, centering voice and leadership on Black, API, LGBTQ, and other diversifying communities. And we support collaborative efforts to understand and address institutional racism, to work for equity in all social determinants of health in our community. Next slide, please. So our work is grounded in social justice principles. Again, we seek to center voice and leadership of communities directly impacted by health inequities. It started with a focus on Latinx and Indigenous migrants in the county of Santa Barbara, and we've since expanded that a little bit more. These are the groups that are affiliated with our steering committee. Or basically our steering committee includes colleagues that are affiliated with these groups. So again, affiliated with Santa Barbara Public Health Department, affiliated with MyCOP, El Centro Cause, and the University, UCSB. And so again, our efforts include a biweekly Zoom call with a dialogue that includes the director of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Do Reynoso. And we try to be, iterative in our processes. We try to come up with rapid response solutions to what we're seeing on the ground, and elevating those to the folks on the call. And again, that's really how we're seeking to center the needs of community. And as well as be an asset to other folks on the call. We share resources, we try to collaborate to create new resources within the task force. And then again, also on the calls, identifying priorities and how can we take a collective action together. And next slide, please. And so again, it's a space where we're bringing folks together in a way that haven't been brought together before. Again, the CBOs, county agencies, connecting, again, different providers to see what the needs are on the ground, identify gaps in the systems, and to really try to work collaboratively to prevent, the spread of COVID-19 in Santa Barbara County. And really looking at health, mental health, housing, financial assistance, really as kind of our focal points, and to also advocate for policies that, are going to impact community once we get past COVID-19. Next slide, please. So just a few of the wins. And again, the task force was created back in March. So we're a baby task force, but we still are really excited to share these wins with the council. And so no cost COVID-19 testing and accessible healthcare throughout the county. And that was before the state testing kicked in. Outreach and education in English, Spanish, and Mixteco on prevention, and to lessen the spread, both in the areas that we all operate in, right? In public, at work, and at home. Distributing face coverings, coordinating outreach for testing, contact tracing, free housing for supported isolation, as well as community resources that we're sharing on a public Google Drive across the different participants. And again, just really wanted to highlight this type of group has not happened before. And so we're really seeing this as a base or foundation for creating a long-term countywide collaboration. Next slide, please. So as Mayor Murillo mentioned, we've got different working groups, and I'll just cover them really quickly. So it's our farm worker working group, understanding that although it's up in Santa Maria, that 20% of the cases up there are farm workers, and so really trying to be intentional about our outreach to that population. And so the farm worker working group is focusing on access to resources, education, outreach, policy advocacy for the agricultural workplace. And again, like I said, mostly up in Santa Maria due to the COVID-19 cases up there. And we are looking to expand it to South County ag workers who are working Goleta, Carpinteria, and live in Santa Barbara. And next slide, please. And then the next working group is the mental health working group. So it's an English and Spanish countywide focus on really supporting the mental health of community members, just given how difficult these times are. So emphasis on youth, strategies for self-care, wellness, family safety, COVID-19 planning, and then outreach and messaging to promote mental health strategies that they can do at home, connecting them with resources in community, and creating and developing PSAs, which I believe will be able to play you an example at the end of the presentation. It's actually really cool. And then next, please. And then really focusing on the language justice piece. My home organization, my co-op, our spaces are bilingual. And so it was important to us, if we were going to bring community members to the space, that the space is bilingual, and the space has been really responsive to that. All of our meetings are in English and Spanish. It's not so much just an accessibility, but a justice focus, and just merely making sure that we are making that space as accessible to anyone, whether you're monolingual Spanish, monolingual English speaker, and really taking that work outside of the task force to advocate for interpretation, as we're doing the policy work in the public sphere with regard to COVID-19. And with that, I will pass it to Adriana.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. My name's Adriana Mariquin. I'm the Community Initiatives Manager for Hospice of Santa Barbara, and I'm also the chair for Mi Vida Mi Voz, which is what I will be talking to you about today. Mi Vida Mi Voz has been around for about 2 years. We were focusing on a different topic, that of advanced care planning. However, in April, we pivoted once we realized that there had been an overload of information coming down to the Latino community, and the players or the key partners of Mi Vida Mi Voz felt that we could really make a difference. So on the screen, on the slide, you're seeing the different organizations that make up Mi Vida Mi Voz, a wide range of Latino serving organizations. Next slide, please. So the working model of Mi Vida Mi Voz is really focused on these networks. All of the members who make up Mi Vida Mi Voz have different participations in different networks. And so we felt that collectively we could reach a wider array of individuals. Most of our members are trusted community members like FRC, family resource members who are already trusted in their community. So by sharing the message through them, we can multiply our reach. So the way that Mi Vida Mi Voz works, we have a website, mividamivoz.com, where we collect resources from all of the different organizations occurring throughout town. So Mi Vida Mi Voz itself does not provide any services. All we do is collect them and give them a home to live in. We are really hoping to close the loop. As we get information from organizations, we're putting it out to the community. And we're also ensuring that the community has a place to voice their concerns. So are the resources working? Do they want to see something else? Would they prefer that the messaging come a different way? So really trying to close the loop, both for the organization and the people who are receiving the information. In terms of translation, we did find that translation is a huge challenge. Although a lot of organizations do offer services in Spanish, it's often difficult to obtain the written material in Spanish to even begin to do the distribution. So Mi Vida Mi Voz does outsource a lot of our resources on the website. If you go on there, you'll see that the website is fully bilingual, both in English and Spanish. We did that on purpose. A lot of the families that we serve are multi-generational. And so oftentimes the children at home, they speak both English and Spanish, but are more confident in English. And the older grandparents, or maybe even the parents themselves, would rather speak in Spanish. So the website was created so that anyone, regardless of language, could access these resources and obtain them. So we are outsourcing our translation. However, we do have an in-house person who is a native Spanish speaker who is proofreading and vetting all of the information. So that is where a lot of our resources go to. We want to make sure that the message is clear and simple to understand. In terms of distribution, we are putting together a digital electronic newsletter that goes out to about 225 champions every week, and then gets multiplied or reshared throughout their different networks. This e-newsletter is really intended to highlight about 8 organizations or 8 services that are timely and resources that are needed throughout the community. So we share those on a weekly basis. In addition to that, we have a print newsletter. One of the biggest challenges is that a lot of the Latino community members don't always have access to internet. They don't necessarily have access to computers. So we are finding that paper flyers are still relevant. We are partnering with the food bank sites to help us distribute these paper flyers. We are printing 5,000 of them every other week to ensure that these resources are getting out. We're working with the Carpinteria Children's Project, the Promotoras down in Carpinteria, the businesses of Old Town, Goleta, and the neighborhood clinics to help distribute that, with more partners asking to help distribute. Additionally, we are working with the radio station, both Jose Fierros and Liliana Encinas, on the radio, Radio Bronco, oftentimes 2 times a week, are helping to multiply the resources that are existing on the platform, and therefore expanding our reach. And we also have a Facebook page that we've just launched to share through that way. So what's next? We have heard that one of the challenges right now is to improve consistent messaging. So of course, we want to be mindful of all of our partners, both on a city and county level, to ensure that the message that we're sharing is unified. So we're working together with our partners. We are also looking to partner with the Public Square COVID equity interns to bolster our resources that are available on the website, and also looking at the possibility of expanding into North County to help bolster some of those resources as well. So that's it for me. I'll pass it on to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Mayor Murillo and council members. We're really glad to be here today. I just want to start by saying we kind of recently made a connection and collaboration with the city of Santa Maria. So it's really good to be here today. And we think the more collaborations that we have, like Adriana just said, the more consistent our messaging can be, and the more our people and constituency will all have a better understanding. So here we just tried to make things simple for you, opportunities for you as a council and for the city. You can support Mi Vida Mi Voz efforts and the partners. You can sign up, check out the website, and you yourself can become on that list of the 220 plus champions. They're really informative, and it's a really good way that you can to eliminate researching all of this stuff yourself, especially if you have Latino families in your district areas. You can support the efforts or just be very grateful for the work of Santa Barbara Fire Department's bilingual outreach coordinator, Liliana Encinas, who we know you know of very well. You can share posts. You can just spread the word around. I mean, this whole pandemic really shows us that we're all affected. We all have a part in it. And so even just talking about these things with your friends and neighbors will be really helpful. You, as decision makers, can implement policies and programs that promote social justice and health equity and improve mental health citywide, which also includes, just thank you for your CARES distributions for helping people who need it most with financial assistance, as this is also a big social determinant of health and mental health. So we're grateful for that. And another thing is be part of the language justice effort, which we just learned today that you already are, that you do provide Spanish interpretation for city council meetings as needed. So that's very good. And don't be surprised if you have more interest in that service going forward. So just a couple of other things too. If you want to collaborate at all with the task force or our work groups, we are streamlining outreach efforts. And then also just supporting, we couldn't help but see that you have an item coming up next to consider landmarking the church as a historical landmark. So just really considering everything that supports our whole community, because all of these things contribute to our health. So thank you so much. Next slide, please. And just here's a little parting gift. This was created very recently. This is kind of hot off the press by one of our interns who Adriana mentioned. She's a UCSB student, or on her way to, actually she's a City College student on her way to Berkeley, and part of the internship program this summer. So this is from our mental health outreach group.
Hi, my name is Daniela Espinoza, and I understand that dealing with the current pandemic can be challenging and scary. Because many people are coping with the situation in different ways, it's important to find something that can keep you in good spirits. So today I'll be giving you ideas on some things that you can do while you're at home. The first activity that you could do is plant little terrariums. These are quick, easy little crafts that don't cost a lot of money, and they make your room look very cute once you are done. Another project that you can do is create some wall decor. For mine, I decided to get some plastic vases for my fake flowers that I ended up hanging on the wall, and I also made these pretty popular Spotify music plaques. I used a Cricut for mine, but if you don't have that, you can always use a Sharpie and just trace onto the glass. It's a quick and easy project that really brings more character into the room that you're in. The last idea that I have for you today is to go explore the outdoors. I know for me, before the pandemic happened, I never really had time to do this. So now I'm taking advantage of all the time that I have and using it to go explore what nature has to offer. If you can, go to places that are more secluded, and if not, stay home, stay safe, and remember, we will all get through this together.
So that's it. Thank you so much. The next slide is our contact information. We're just proud of our interns, and we're really actually happy about the positive, the silver linings that are coming together through this. So many more collaborations and really valuing our youth, and also paying attention to also our youth who are at risk of catching the virus and spreading it around. So we just want to give them a voice also in all of this. So just thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll start with the question, Ms. Valencia Sherrod. So one of the issues that we know we're facing in the Latino community is families getting together, mixing their different quarantine pods. And you had a great video on that, which I guess I would refer some of this content to City TV, which this is where we can help disseminate some of the information that you have. We have email newsletters, and we have inserts in our utility bills. So there's a lot of way. We distribute paper too, knowing that that's how some people really absorb information. But did you have, can I ask you about that aspect of extended families getting together, and then I'll take some questions from the city council.
Yes, this is such a current, timely topic. I've been on several calls today, countywide, local, including Santa Barbara, about this really important message, and also culturally to realize that families are going to gather. I mean, it's going to be hard to not visit or see your grandma, for an unknown amount of time. So really, the messaging will be shifting to showing ways and describing ways of safely gathering. So of course, this would be outdoors with limited people for less time, masked, and just really, really embracing the love that we have for our families into our prevention practices. So in the audio PSA that you mentioned, it's called Compadre o Compadre, and that's like kind of a buddy to buddy. We only have it in Spanish, so that's why I didn't use that one today, but I think we're gonna be producing one in for Santa Barbara area in Spanish and English too, of two guys, two men talking about, hey, let's get together and, have a party. And the other one saying, ooh, I want to, I miss that, but we really have to be careful. And we couldn't even have our friend's funeral the same way, that we would. So that would be great on city TV.
Oh, you got it. Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, are you ready? I saw you turn. Okay, go ahead. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you so much for this presentation and filling us in on what's been going on and the work that you're doing. And I have 3 questions for you, but I think you might be frozen, Ms. Plenty Shrod. So I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer, or you're frozen on my camera, I'm not sure. But I had questions about specifically for migrant community and farm workers about access to testing. That's one of the questions. And then I guess I'll go ahead and ask the other 2 questions now about working conditions and living conditions, and do they allow for social distancing in the farm working environment, and what can we do to help with that? And I found it very helpful, your slide about what we can do as a council, and thank you. And then the third question I have has to do with schools starting up next week, and if families with students in schools have the resources that they need, are they able to social distance, just the educational needs and nutritional needs, if you could touch on those. So there's 3 questions. I know there are a lot there, but thank you.
Sure, thank you. Those are all timely, current, daily questions. And I don't know if Genevieve is still here, but she could probably speak better to our farm worker questions. But yeah, so access to testing has been a big push of the task force all along. And now currently, so before this testing was done by the county, and then it became provided by the state. So that was a different system of booking your appointments. And then we saw, long wait times to make an appointment for testing, which kind of negates the point of finding out your result. So that the state has shifted to a weekly scheduling system. So and also it's more selective if people have symptoms or are at risk or essential workers. So this is also another point that we are making. Thank you for bringing this up, that actually farm workers are essential workers. And so they are a priority. As we know, without them, we don't have produce. We don't have a lot ourselves. So yeah, the testing, there's also access to help to make those appointments because the process is kind of lengthy. So with MyCop, Genevieve's organization, and the county call center also will help people make that appointment. Genevieve, do you want to add?
Yeah, we'll say early on, as a result of the task force, we were able to support a specific mobile test set in Guadalupe. Just understanding, that there were farm workers up there that weren't getting access to testing. And so, yeah, I think the task force has been a great space for collaborations like that. I think in terms of being able to social distance at home, we recognize that our farm worker families, sometimes it's multiple families in one home, or it's, a family renting a room in like a 4-bedroom house, and social distancing is very difficult. In those cases, what we're recommending is, keeping the space as clean as you can, washing your hands, because I mean, there's just no possibility for that. In terms of the workspaces, My Cop and Cause last month issued a joint statement asking for more safety enforcement in agriculture fields, and I'll be happy to share that with the council so you can take a look at what our requests are. And we're currently working with, again, public health and the ag commissioner to see what's feasible.
And then also in terms of helping people become isolated, if they do live in dense or congregate housing. So the public health department does have, they are providing that services on a case-by-case basis. But we did confirm on our last task force call that that's once a positive lab result is received. So obviously, if you do the math of how long it takes to get an appointment, then how long it takes to get your test results back, by the time they would be able to access the isolation, they would probably have been contagious already. So that's why we're also, two-pronged approach. We're also always focusing on helping people and also giving them the PPE, that they need to do that, because not everyone has that same access to go buy, products or hand sanitizer, masks and things. So that is also a work in progress. The state is having a program to add, they're trying to do contracts with hotels in our county to help expand that program. But in the meantime, our county public health is doing that, but it's case by case. So if we kind of recommend, we've noticed, Genevieve, that a lot gets done with warm handoffs, in these relationships that we already have. So if any of you, your constituents have a need or they know someone, and you're not getting through, then you can contact us. I work in the 1st District office of the county, Supervisor Williams. Here's a Gmail address. That's a collaborative collective Gmail that'll filter to us also. So yeah, please feel free to reach out. And that's what we've also learned is that, time is of the essence with so many of these things. So just really reach out or speak up and don't wait. Just don't wait. To address these needs. And there is a lot of help around, with all of these partners.
Thank you. And I guess just that one last question about education. As schools starting up and we're doing distance learning, childcare options, or I'm just interested in that farm workers aren't able to work from home and watching their kid on the side, and if just update on anything on that.
I would just add, this is Adriana. I was on a meeting today and they were actually talking about how difficult it's been to keep up with all the changes of the school district. But something that I think is important for you all to know is that a lot of people have lost housing and they've moved into various different housing situations. Oftentimes they're not necessarily on the lease. So as the parents are getting ready to register their children, it's become a bit of a challenge to do that because of course they can't show proof of living situations. So, just being mindful that things have changed for the parents. So just wanted you all to be aware of that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And also in terms of resources for the families, we already see the food distribution lines and, so many of our families and our kids receive their food during school when they're present at school. And since they won't be present at school, it's still going to rely on, these food distributions that we have. So I know I'm here in our Carpinteria office right now, and in Carpinteria, they have 1 monthly distribution and they're serving 500 families at a time. So it's a huge need out there across our county. And I know in Santa Barbara as well.
Mr. Jordan, questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll work to a question, but I really wanted to echo my thanks to the three of you for bringing this up. I just asked city staff to forward me over your slide set when we're done, so I don't lose sight of the easy suggestions you had about engaging and using social media and other methods. I also would have previously used the phrase just a challenge in language. And I thank you for teaching this old guy a new phrase of language justice, because that's truly what it is, and it's much more appropriate. So I have a range of friends who are growers that range from anything from a single guy with 4 employees to very close personal friends who work in Goleta and Santa Maria and employ over 400 farm workers. And I know in North County, reacting probably not proactively, but reactively to the numbers there, that they've somebody has just started a program of mobile testing where they're actually going out to the fields to make sure that they can test people rather than trying to rely on people that have to work 10 hours or 12 hours a day, depending upon the sunlight, and then go get tested if there's a need. And then also that if you do test positive, that it's almost impossible for some of the reasons you already explained in living conditions to isolate, and that there's now funding and arrangements with hotels or motels to put the positive test person up in a room for a couple of weeks to isolate. And so getting around my question, I'm just wondering, are we proactively moving to that type of arrangement in South County? Who does it? And is there a role the city can play to help proactively get there rather than wait for the numbers to become worse?
Yeah, Genevieve, do you want to say something? Or I'll go after.
I'll let you go.
Okay. So yes, no, and thank you for bringing up the growers here in South County. Obviously, we have them all over. We're really an agriculture county, not just in North County. So one thing that I didn't mention is also there's a growing collaboration with the agriculture department, ag commissioner's office and department, in working directly with the growers to give them education about provisions. And so we're kind of working in all directions now. And so, yeah, those testing in the field operations, I'm not as familiar with who is doing that. I don't remember. I'm not on that subcommittee of the work group, but yeah, that's a really good effort. I believe that's with some private partnerships. And also, so yeah, it's just really important. I think that moving ahead proactively, like you mentioned, is really important for everything. We're used to, I think we've grown used to having so many barriers in what we do, especially in the agriculture industry, that we're kind of, it's just used to having tense relations or labor relations. But I think now we really have this opportunity to come together kind of in a humanistic way. And I think that it also humanizes and lets us be grateful for the growers who are also proactive, and want to work together. So as we go forward, that's why we're really glad to be here, because as we branch out with the agriculture workers and advocating for them in South County, then now we know we can come back to you.
Okay. Yep. And I'm not in Doss's district, but I'm in Greg's district. But I think all of us are pretty conversant with our South County supervisors. But that would also be part of our goal too, is to keep engaging with them to make sure that they're looking for these ways to address it in South County as they already are in North County, right?
Yep.
All right. Happy to be on board. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Mr. Friedman or Ms. Flores Haro, did you have anything to add to the last question? Okay. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
First, I just want to thank you for the great presentation. I really enjoyed the video, and especially in particular raising the issues of mental health and adequate mental health services. I think that that's a conversation that's going to become more critical as we move forward and the longer this goes on. So it's great that you were addressing that in constructive ways that people can use their time. My question is, in addition to what you have here on the screen in the website, is there a general place of information for mental health services, such as the county website, that we can get more information so that we can distribute that, where to send people and how to get that information out to all members of the community? Is it county public health website or others that you're aware of that we could go to for resources, or that the public who's watching could go if they would need specific mental health resources?
That's another great question. We're working on that too, actually. I don't know if any of you have gone to find information or have asked a question, and the answer is that it's on the website. So on some website somewhere. So what we're also trying to do with the interns and working with Mi Vida, Mi Voz, with Adriana, is to create those places or really have hubs of information, so that just researching resources itself is not a mental health challenge. So also, but one really good place to go always is the Santa Barbara Response Network. And sorry, I don't have their number here, but they have ongoing free resources. They have psychological first aid trainings, which trains people to be peers, both self-care and care of others, you know, in trauma situations and crisis. They have ongoing Compassion Center lives on their Facebook Live with discussions, and they're kind of like support groups, and those will be becoming more like support groups. Casa de la Raza, down in South County, is having support groups. So in terms of having a one-stop shop, I don't know, Adriana, is there right currently a mental health button on the website?
Yes, thank you. So with the Mi Vida, Mi Voz platform, it really is targeted to the Spanish Latino community. So all of the resources there, the mental health resources at least, are geared for Spanish speakers. Of course, we pull from a lot of the larger networks. So as Lisa was mentioning, Santa Barbara Response Network, Community Wellness Team, Behavioral Health. All of these resources you will find on the MVMV website. However, they are targeted to Latino community members. So we highlight who speaks Spanish, where to call if you need help in Spanish. So the MVMV, and MVMV is short for Mi Vida, Mi Voz, that MVMV platform is really intended to be the one-stop shop for Spanish resources. The website now is getting a revamp, so you won't see them as of right now, but by the end of the week, we will have them updated by where you'll see all of the mental health resources.
Thank you so much for everything. And again, I really appreciate the aspect that you're focusing on mental health, and that the other resources that you gave. I think it's important for everyone who's watching, and to be able to have that access. So appreciate it. And it's great to see you again, Ms. Valencia Sherritt, after all our years working together. It's great to see what you're able to help put this together, and really appreciate it. And everyone else, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We could check and see if there's any public comment. So someone might have seen our agenda and wants to speak up on this subject, because I don't see any other questions popping up from council members. If you would stand by. Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor, there are no raised hands from members of the public.
Okay. So Ms. Valencia Sherritt and Ms. Marroquin and Ms. Flores Haro, certainly I attended one of your meetings bi-weekly. I can do that and be engaged. And then by this presentation, we're extending an invitation to other council members to check in. Mr. Jordan expressed some interest in farm workers, and we can plug in, right, and be part of the solution. And thank you very much for the presentation. Keep up the good work, and stay in touch with us, how our city can be engaged as we all try to come out of this pandemic healthy and with good mental health. I loved the video. It was so positive. I know there are people who are looking for ways to stay focused, and it's really hard. It's really easy to get discouraged, and you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, the pandemic. But we're all in it together. So thanks so much. I'll go ahead and close this item.
Thank you.
With thanks to you and your comadres. And we'll move on to the next item, which is, what's the number on it? Item number 9. Ms. Clerk.
Very good. Item 9, designation of St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal Church as a landmark. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only. A resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara designating St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal AME Church at 502 Olive Street as a city landmark.
Ms. Hernandez, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Nicole Hernandez, the staff architectural historian, and I'm here to outline the qualifications for St. Paul's AME Church as a city landmark for you today. Next slide. So the purpose of today's hearing is to review the historic and architectural significance of St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal AME Church and recommend council adopt a resolution to designate the building as a city landmark. Next slide. So just for the public, city landmarks are our city's most important historic resources, representing the unique history and architecture, and they are designated by city council vote. Landmarks are protected from demolition and inappropriate exterior alterations, and we currently have 133 landmarks in our city. Next slide. I'm just going to quickly review for everyone's knowledge the legal authority for designating landmarks. It starts with our charter that allows the Historic Landmarks Commission to recommend to City Council structures to be designated as landmarks. Next slide. It's also outlined in our municipal code that allows the HLC to recommend council to designate landmarks. It really confers honor and recognition on structures that contribute to our unique history and architectural traditions. Next slide. And also it's part of our general plan, and our historic resources element calls for continued identification, documentation, and designation of historic resources. And in order to meet that goal, we do have a HLC designation subcommittee that meets and selects candidates from the potential historic resources list based on importance to the heritage to recommend to the HLC. The HLC then has a hearing to consider the recommendation of the property up to City Council for official designation. Next slide. So now I'm going to get into the details of St. Paul's AME Church at 502 Olive Street. This is a really lovely photograph captured in the 1950s with the congregation out in front of the building. It is particularly important to Santa Barbara's cultural heritage, as no single institution was of greater importance to social history of African Americans than the church. This church was founded in 1903 and is one of the first African American churches in Santa Barbara. Next slide. The church sits on the corner of, right on the corner of Olive and Haley Streets. And in 1990, the HLC did vote to add the church to the potential historic resources list due to its architectural style and historic significance. And then in 2018, on July 11th, the designation subcommittee did nominate the church as an excellent candidate for landmark designation. And I notified the church of the nomination, and I met with the church leadership in 2019 to discuss the details and implications of the landmark designation. The church then took the information to the larger AME district to seek support of the landmark designation. Next slide. And then in June of 2020, in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter protests, the HLC did receive 695 letters from the community requesting that the HLC prioritize the designation of places representing African American culture and significance as landmarks, including St. Paul's AME Church. And as you know, on June 9th, Council directed staff to work with the HLC to identify and protect and preserve places of historic importance to members of the African American community. As the HLC Commissioner Robert Uli, FAIA, with the assistance of local historians, including Mary Louise Days, Hattie Beresford, and Mike and Wally, and others, volunteered to write the nomination to expedite the landmark designation. They not only wrote this nomination for landmark designation, but also designation on the California State Register of Historical Resources and the National Register of Historic Places. The nomination outlines in detail how the church meets 5 of the criteria outlined in our municipal code to qualify for landmark designation. And the church and the presiding bishop of the 5th Episcopal District of the AME Church support the landmark designation. And on July 8th, the HLC passed a resolution recommending the City Council to designate the church. Next slide. So here is the map showing where it sits on the corner of Haley and Olive Streets. There are 3 buildings in the property, and the whole parcel will be the landmark designation to protect all 3 buildings. Next slide. The buildings include the church, which is designed in the Carpenter's Gothic style and constructed in 1916. Next slide. And then this is the fellowship hall that was added in 1924 in the Craftsman style. Next slide. And the mission style parsonage, also constructed in 1924. Next slide. The building does meet 5 of the criteria for its architectural style and historical significance. And I'll go through those criteria next. Next slide. Criterion A. St. Paul's AME Church is significant to the architectural heritage of Santa Barbara because it's among the few buildings constructed in the city in the Carpenter Gothic style that still remain standing. While our city is so branded with the Spanish colonial revival, the lesser celebrated styles have their place in the family of architectural styles that make up the broad fabric of the heritage found here. Further, the richness of culture and strength among the community among African Americans in Santa Barbara, and particularly this site, provide depth and brings life to what draws tens of thousands of tourists to the area every year. St. Paul's AME was well connected to the Black Church in Los Angeles and nationally, taking a leadership role in the Western AME Conference. By 1915, St. Paul's had enough funds to replace their small little building that fit 50 people and decided to build a new building. The new building took a little bit of fundraising for the small congregation with bake sales, chicken dinners, and direct appeals to the community. And it was finally completed in 1916. The church has left a moral imprint on the community of the Lower East Side. Members of the congregation have fought restrictive housing covenants and racial discrimination in many forms, from public beaches to swimming pools and restaurants. Members of the congregation were active in the NAACP and helped raise legal defense funds to pay for the printing of briefs used in the arguments in Brown versus Board of Education that desegregated public schools. Their members were also first to enter into most white-dominated professions, including police, banking, medicine, education, legal defense, and social work, all making the fabric of Santa Barbara community and its heritage a much more compelling experience. Inspired during a church service at St. Paul's AME Church, this mural was painted by Lilia Tuckerman, and it sits in the sanctuary. She was not a church member, but enjoyed the energy of St. Paul's choir exhibited the day she attended. Next slide. Criterion C, identification with people who have significantly contributed to the culture of the city. The nomination documents a few key individuals important to and have contributed to the cultural development of the African American community. And while each of their stories are important, we're going to highlight just a few here. To start with, we want to start with, leave it one more back. I just want to, Jerry Forney was born into slavery on a plantation in North Carolina. He is said to be one of the first Black people to call Santa Barbara home. He took up a residence in a small house on Yananali and Anacapa Streets. He was an advocate for freeing Black people and worked hard to find ways for those from North Carolina to come to California. In 1976, during the Centennial Parade down State Street, he rode a mule draped with an American flag, and he wore metal shackles that were unlocked to show he was a free man. Also, Nathaniel Hill was instrumental in helping acquire the site where the church stands today. The Sims family, which is featured here on this slide, have a long history of community involvement. Bill Sims' mother was the first Black woman to work for the city's police department, and her sister Julia was the first Black banker. And Willie Rowan was a civil rights proponent who fought for racial equality with the NAACP in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. And Reverend Wright was one of the first ministers of this church, and he was important in establishing the vision of the church. And next slide. We have Anita Johnson Mackey is a Santa Barbara community leader and nationally recognized social service worker. At Santa Barbara City College, Miss Mackey was the first instructor of an overwhelmingly popular course on African American culture. And Dr. Shirley Graves Kennedy was integral to the establishment of the Black Studies Department at UCSB, as well as an activist for both racial and gender issues. Herman and Valencia Nelson began delivering surplus government food to hungry East Side residents. Their efforts helped in the early formation of the Food Bank of Santa Barbara. And Dr. Horace McMillan was the first Black pharmacist in the United States Coast Guard. He arrived to Santa Barbara in 1952. He's one of the 4 founding members of the Family Medical Center on Arriaga Street. He also helped start the Franklin Neighborhood Center and fought for equality in housing. As a physician on staff of both Cottage and St. Francis hospitals, he managed to stop the St. Francis's practice of segregating Black patients. Along with several general practitioners, he was one of the founding members of the Goleta Valley Community Hospital. Next slide. The buildings also meet criterion D for their architectural styles. The main church was constructed by local builder and likely help of members of the congregation, as that was the way many vernacular corner churches that served as anchors of community were built. Many neighborhood members would pitch in to help, making an entire day or several days effort of the enterprise. This was the culture of the time, an essential element of community life. The simple detailing and use of common materials of the day is what makes this building unique within the family of architectural styles in Santa Barbara. Carpenter Gothic exhibits few key distinguishing points, most notably the pointed arches over the windows, doors, and trim work. The Gothic shape is more accurately called a bishop's hat shape, taken from the shape of the hat worn by the church bishops of medieval days. In St. Paul's AME Church, this bishop hat manifests itself in the transom windows and grilled openings of the belfry. Next slide. So the Fellowship Hall of 1924 was constructed in the Craftsman style. The character-defining features of this style are the horizontal siding, the shingle siding on the second floor, as well as the thick wood trim and the extended eaves and angled rafter tails. There are many Craftsman style houses and buildings in Santa Barbara, as well as Southern California. It was really popular from 1905 through the 1930s. Next slide. And the parsonage features Mission Revival style, and I just love the little elegant details in the corners of the arches into the porch on this building. This style drew its inspiration from late 18th and 19th century Spanish missions in California, and the revival movement enjoyed its greatest popularity from 1890s into past 1915, and really translated itself easily from big buildings like the Railroad Depot, which we have, and to little modest residents. Next slide. And criterion I, since its completion in 1916, the church has been a landmark to the African-American community. It acts as an anchor and a gateway to the neighborhood. It serves and has served as a base or central gathering place for over a century, a place where babies were celebrated, where the death of a loved one was honored, a place to witness marriage vows, and a place to celebrate praise and worship together. And the next slide. And finally, criterion K, it's really difficult to talk about the importance of this nomination outside the context of discrimination. The blatant and forceful segregation of Black parishioners in the 1780s and 1790s is what led to the creation of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Here in Santa Barbara, for almost 117 years, this site has been associated with the tight-knit African-American community. This is not the only house of worship for the community, but it was one of the first to be established. Because of the widespread discrimination and segregation nationally at the time, Black people were not allowed in white houses of worship, or if they were limited to sections in the back of the sanctuary. Further limitations kept Black people from taking part in the sacraments in step with white members of the congregation. Forming their own church organization provided an opportunity to be truly expressive in worship, allowing their pastors to speak to specific struggles of the congregation, and provided the supportive environment missing in the white church. This site is a strong link not only to the heritage of Black people in the community and by extension the world, but also as a part of the important cultural history of Santa Barbara. Next slide. It is really due to the excellent stewardship of this congregation that the building retains almost all its original features so that it has high historic integrity of location, feeling, setting, design, materials, and association. It still conveys its original appearance and deserves it's time to take its place in joining our elite list of landmarks that are our most important resources contributing to our unique historic and architectural repertoire. And that ends my presentation. I know Commissioner Uli is available for questions, as well as Commissioner Grumbine will be saying a few words, and Reverend Clark from the church, I believe, is available still too. Thank you.
I welcome those gentlemen to make statements now. You're saying Mr. Grumbine wanted to say something? This would be a good time.
Is he on?
And then a representative from the church? Thank
Yes,
you.
I believe Reverend Clark is online, hopefully.
Very good. Madam Mayor and Council, I've just unmuted Mr. Gumbine, and I will unmute the other gentleman after that.
All
Go
right,
ahead,
can
Mr.
you hear me?
Gumbine. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so on behalf of HLC, I wanted to thank you all for the consideration that we're putting forward. We thought it was a fantastic piece of architecture for the city, and with very important stories behind it, as have been well outlined by Ms. Hernandez. As well, I wanted to bring attention, I know she already thanked Commissioner Uli, Ms. Beardsford, and Mr. Imwali and Ms. Days for all their work on the Historic Structures Report. One of the things that this Historic Structures Report had that we don't often get is an in-depth analysis of the cultural context, which was incredibly helpful to understand the importance of this piece of architecture in this place. It was a huge amount of work, and it's a fantastic example of the community really coming together to pull off a great report in a very short period of time. So I wanted to mention that, and then as well I wanted to say how that this is part of an ongoing effort. Ms. Hernandez is working on for writing a grant for a cultural context statement, and both for the Black community as well as for the larger city and a number of other communities as well, hopefully in going into the future. So of those communities that have not been well studied as well, which is going to be a great addition to our Santa Barbara larger context. So I think it's great to point to that, and it's something I think that the community can be really proud of in times where it's very stressful and a lot of anxiety going around, and in some communities reacting by tearing things down. Santa Barbara's done a wonderful job of promoting cultures and building people up, which I think is a fantastic example to be for other communities around us.
Thank you, Mr. Grumbine, and I thank Commissioner Uli as well. I know he did a lot of work on this designation. Who else is on the line, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, for speakers on this item, we have Jeffrey Clark, Michael Imwale, Robert Uli, and also for public comment, we have Simone Rescamp, Mary Louise Days, and Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino.
Can we have, is it Pastor Clark, since he is associated with the church?
Yes, go ahead, Pastor Clark. You are unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Reverend Jeffrey Clark, assigned to be the pastor of St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church. First, let me say thank you to the committee that helped put our nomination package together. And thanks to the Historic Landmark Commission for their unanimous support and recommendation. Today, I'm proud to represent the rich heritage that has been laid by our predecessors. None of us realize that we're blazing a trail, especially when we set our minds on just doing the right thing. Those pioneers were simply trying as best they could to leave a place for their children and their children's children to worship God. Some 100 plus years later, it still stands as a beacon on the corner of Olive and Haley Street in the city of Santa Barbara. In the process of preparing for this designation, I have had the opportunity to meet some of the critical descendants of those. Today, I met with Mr. Payne Green, who is the great-grandson of Nathan Hill, and he regaled me with stories of how he used to go there in Sunday school and talked about his great-grandfather. Mr. Hill was the person who purchased and donated the land where the building now stands. I have met the great-great-granddaughter of Miss Lilia Tuckerman, who painted and donated the mural that sits in the back of the sanctuary. Also the daughter of Reverend Ralph Keene, who pastored in the 1930s, came by and we talked about how she was a member of the church and how she participated in the YPD, the Young People's Department, and all of these things. And they all talked about it with a sense of pride of how it has lasted and what it meant to them and how it impacted their lives. As I have read and researched the history of this church, I stand in awe of the impact that it has had in the community. As I mentioned to the Historic Landmark Commission, the members had a vision to build an edifice that would be a great credit to its membership. That vision is come to fruition. That desire became a reality on August 27, 1960, with the Fellowship Hall being added in 1924. And it's the dedication, the hard work of the members have endeavored to maintain that legacy. And so we stand here this afternoon asking that you would consider the great work that has been done, as well as the recommendation from the Historic Landmark Commission, and designate St. Paul African Methodist Episcopal Church as a historic landmark for the city of Santa Barbara. I thank you on behalf of the members of St. Paul AME Church and the Right Reverend Clement W. Few, the presiding prelate of the 5th Episcopal District, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Pastor Clark. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions from our city council? We have some public speakers lined up and, okay. We've had a request from Ana Rizzo Centeno to go because she has a meeting at 6 o'clock at Casa de la Raza. And then we'll go to Mr. Uli, I think would be appropriate. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Very good. Ana Rosa Rizzo Centeno, please go ahead.
Yes, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Reverend Jeffrey Clark, as well as Sojourner Kincaid, and the Black leaders of Healing Justice that have put in work to make this happen. Simone Ruskamp, Crystal Farmer, and Jordan Kilbrew. I want to just say how important it is for this to be happening right now, because in order for Black lives to matter, people need to see the contributions that Black people have given to this city and our whole country. And it's just really hard that when you are a Black, Indigenous, Chicana person of color, you have to wait until you get to college to even learn about your history, because most cities don't acknowledge any of the contributions of our communities. So just want to say thank you to Nicole Hernandez for her work on this as well. Even though it has been an absolute joy to work with Nicole, I have to also say that the process itself is very cumbersome and hard to be involved in because of all the different meetings that are involved. And a lot of this work has been put in by the Black elders in our community, and they should be compensated for the work that they're doing to be able to make this happen. So if there's any way that the city can facilitate that and just make the process less cumbersome, so that when young folks of color in our community are growing up, that they can see the contributions of our communities of color and just be proud and say, yeah, Black Lives Matter. And this is, the contribution that I can point to right here on this street that our community, and I have to say, I'm not only speaking as board president of La Casa de Raza, I'm also speaking as secretary on the board of PLU, which just began a racial justice committee that's really looking at supporting exactly this kind of work. So thank you so much to all the folks that put in so much work for this to finally be happening.
Thank you. And we'll take other public comment. Mr. Uli doesn't need to speak. He's only there for questions. So maybe if someone has a question later, we can call him up. Ms. Clerk, go ahead with public comment, please.
Very good. Simone Rosekamp did have her hand up, but seems to have dropped off the call. If she comes back, please, Ms. Rosekamp, I will bring you on. Mary Louise Days, and if anyone else wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand or, excuse me, send me a question in the GoToWebinar app. So Mary Louise Days, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Mary Louise Days. I strongly support this landmark designation. In the early 1990s, while in the planning division, I supervised this broad areas architectural survey that first recognized the importance of this building, which many of us who grew up here had admired while driving past it over the years. The 1990s work form was prepared by Kathleen Brewster, who was under contract for the city by the city at that time, and by myself. I'm very happy to be one of the 4 volunteers who helped Mr. Uli and the staff with the research and with this nomination process. I'm sure most of you saw the very nice 2-part story in Montecito Journal magazine recently, written by Hattie Beresford. Please designate St. Paul's AME Church on Haley Street as a city landmark and an important part of our local culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor and Council, there are no further hands up. Oh, I'm sorry, Wendy Aguilera. Wendy Aguilera, please go ahead. Wendy Aguilera, please.
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry, I was having technical difficulties. Hello, my name is Wendy Aguilera, and I am the co-creator of United Corazon here located in Santa Barbara. And I am calling as a mother, employee, as a part of this community, and asking you to please designate the church as a landmark, because our Black community is already being disproportionately affected by everything around us, when it comes to education, when it comes to housing, when it comes to, food security and resources and everything else, especially right now due to the pandemic. Their mental health is being affected, health overall is being affected. And I think that we owe it, to our Black community to do whatever we can and to best support them in however possible. And, just designating these landmarks, are very important to them, and it should be to us as well. It's part of, our history, and it's part of Santa Barbara's history, and they should be represented not only in these landmarks, but everywhere around us, in institutions of, like higher education. And unfortunately, it has not always been the case. I've seen firsthand that my colleagues, my, coworkers and students have been pushed out of also higher education and have been pushed out of housing here in Santa Barbara. And I think I want to say that enough is enough. You know, we should do the best that we can to help and to aid and to our Black community. And I really, really hope and I urge you to, you know, to support this and to support them and to support our Black community in however we can. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Yes, we have Simone Rescamp, so I will call on Simone Rescamp. Please go ahead.
Hi there. First, I just want to say thank you so much. I got disconnected, so I had to rejoin. So the first thing I want to share is just deep, deep gratitude for the Historic Landmark Commission, to Nicole especially, but also for this particular parish. I don't get to speak a lot about how important my faith is to me and how I show up in my community, but in particular, I just want to praise the AME Church for really sharing and talking about how radical it is to love Black people as they are, where they are in their communities, and to be unapologetic about that. And so I just want to say, we should not wait until crises or emergencies to recognize the beauty, the joy, and resilience in our communities. As we heard from Nicole, there were over 600 emails that I and my co-organizers as Healing Justice coordinated and pushed for. But y'all, we didn't have to wait for that moment. As you all saw in that presentation, there were calls to do this in the 90s. Why did we let those decades pass without mentioning and naming and affirming the beauty that this parish has brought to our community? I am excited for the work to come in partnership with Nicole. As has been mentioned, we are currently working on a context statement to talk about what Black people have contributed to the community of Santa Barbara, but also to our state. And again, as we think about who is dying from COVID, right, which is Black people, we are overrepresented in people who are contracting COVID and then dying. Again, we don't need to wait for a crisis to pay attention to who is in need in our community and who is invested in building. I really appreciated the conversation that was held just before this, because I've been on this call for hours from public health. And so I want to name that I had to push for Black people to be acknowledged and a part of that task force for months. And so again, I want to say we do not need to wait until there are crises and emergencies to attend to the disparities that have been pre-existing in our communities. So I'm excited this is happening. I also want to say this is overdue. I also want to say that the number of meetings and hearings that we have had to participate in to make sure that these sites are protected have been barriers. And so we really have to think about what are we doing to support the most marginalized people in our community? Because it should concern all of you that this historical Black site was not designated in the 90s, that it took people coming back over and over and over again. It took my co-organizers and I laying ourselves down and saying, do not forget about us in this community to get your attention. So yes, I am here to celebrate. I'm also just here to say I'm looking forward to a brighter future where we're working on these and collaborating with each other as opposed to responding to crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, there are no other raised hands for this item.
Okay, we'll close public comment on this and go to our council. Ms. Sneddon, you popped up first, and then Mr. Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to say to Ms. Hernandez, I always love when you come and tell us about the history in our community and significance. And this one in particular, thank you for bringing forward and the work that was done to do this quickly and responsively. And it's just, you bring so much to the presentation, and thank you for that, and to HLC as well. I would be very happy to move the recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara designating St. Paul's African Methodist Episcopal AME Church at 502 Olive Street as a city landmark. And I think with this moment, I'd like to just say that we'll be looking for other opportunities to be really celebrating so much diversity in our community, and hopefully this can be a historic first of different ways that we can really be proactive in looking for ways to celebrate our diversity. And very happy for this to be coming forward today, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thanks, Ms. Sneddon. Is there a second to the motion, please?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor, and just echo Councilmember Sneddon's remarks. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Harmon, come on back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to second, so I guess I'll third and echo those comments as well. Really so grateful for this effort and all of the advocacy that it took to get us to this point, the incredible presentation. I learned a lot, and it's our responsibility to do the work and keep learning and keep lifting up our Black neighbors. And I just really, really appreciate this item. And I'm very much looking forward to voting in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be voting for the motion as well. I'm remembering when I was a young reporter, I interviewed Mr. Sims. I knew Shirley Kennedy, certainly, and Anita Mackey, now that I think about it. And grateful that for all the hard work that went into this designation, and looking forward to working with Healing Justice and the Black community to acknowledge other places and buildings in Santa Barbara that we can celebrate our Black history here in our city. I guess we're ready to take a vote, Ms. Clerk. It's to adopt the resolution designating this church as a city landmark. Thank you.
Very good. And that was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Okay, Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Ms. Clerk, thank you. And what a bright spot for us in today's meeting. We'll close this item. Our next item, a little more sobering. It's a sea level rise, and I think we're going to power through, hoping that our interpreters are doing okay. And if the item seems to be going on long, we'll take a break at some point there. So, Ms. Clerk, would you, with thanks to Ms. Hernandez, sorry, I didn't say enough thank you to the HLC and to the Community Development Department, which oversees that function of landmarking buildings. So thank you, that department. Ms. Clerk, go ahead, please.
Item 10, public review of the draft sea level rise adaptation plan.
Ms. Hetrick, thank you for waiting. It's been a while. Thank you for waiting, and take it away.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm Melissa Hetrick with the Planning Division, and I'm the project manager for the city's sea level rise adaptation plan. Next slide. The purpose of today's hearing is to give an informational presentation on the draft sea level rise adaptation plan that was released for public review today, and the public outreach process we'll be taking on the plan in the next 2 months. While I'm the project manager on this plan, the development of the plan has truly been a group effort. We have a staff interdepartmental team working on this project that includes staff members from every major department of the city. We have a team of consultants led by environmental science associates. There's also a sea level rise adaptation plan subcommittee, which consists of members of Council, Planning Commission, Water Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, and Harbor Commission. And then we're in constant contact with our regional and state agency partners, including the California Coastal Commission, who partially funded the development of this plan. Next slide. Oh, next slide. So just a little background, next slide. So to date, sea levels have only risen a very small amount in Santa Barbara. However, sea level rise is expected to accelerate significantly in upcoming years. And it's for this reason that the general plan and coastal plan direct preparation of a comprehensive sea level rise plan for the city. In addition, sea level rise analysis is now required for coastal development permitting, in addition to most other permitting and grant activities at the state level. In 2019, the city certified a new coastal land use plan that included interim policies that address sea level rise hazards in coastal development permitting, and then required the city to follow up with a more comprehensive adaptation plan for the city. So we began in 2018, next slide, the development of the comprehensive plan. And this plan covers all areas of the city except the airport, which was studied in 2015 as part of a comprehensive multi-agency effort to study adaptation of the entire Goleta Slough area. So in the fall of 2018, we released a draft vulnerability assessment that identified parts of the city and public and private assets that could be affected by increased erosion and flooding as a result of sea level rise through the year 2100. That plan really looked at what would happen if no action is taken. We have now released a draft adaptation plan that looks at options to address the increased hazards associated with sea level rise over time. And the document, it includes the results of the vulnerability assessment. It provides a framework for future planning in phases. It analyzes a number of adaptation options, providing the city flexibility to consider different adaptation options at different times. And it also includes an economic and fiscal impact analysis. So this adaptation plan is really a first order plan looking at the entire city. It did not look at every pipe that we have or answer every question that's out there. It also does not commit the city to any given adaptation option. The purpose of the plan is really more to create a to-do list of actions the city could take and studies that are needed, and then it provides information on when decisions would need to be made by. After adoption of the plan, staff would further scope out and develop actions like municipal code changes or capital projects that are needed and proposed in the plan. And those specific code changes and actions would then undergo the normal city process of being reviewed by, say, Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and then City Council. So next slide. So we just released the draft plan, and there'll be a 2-month public outreach and comment period that will end on September 30th. And during that time, we'll be going and giving presentations at the city's commissions. We'll also be holding a public question and answer webinar on September 24th. After the public comment period, we'll be revising the draft plan. The Sea Level Rise Subcommittee will then reconvene and provide their comments on the plan and a recommendation to council. And then we plan on bringing it back to council for consideration for adoption at the end of the year. Next slide. So in January, we presented to council the results of the 2018 vulnerability assessment, which again looked at the potential impacts of sea level rise in Santa Barbara if no action is taken. I did just want to quickly recap a few key concepts from that presentation so we're all on the same page moving forward. Next slide. So there are a number of factors that affect the rate of sea level rise occurring offshore of Santa Barbara. And these include such things as how the Antarctic ice sheet is melting, thermal expansion of seawater from warming of the ocean circulation patterns, and global greenhouse gas emissions. All of these factors are changing, and new information is coming out all the time about how they may change in the future. Next slide. So what that means is that there are various projections for how fast sea levels will rise in Santa Barbara, and they are changing all the time as new information comes in about any one of the given factors affecting sea level rise. So these are the projections, some of the projections contained in the 2018 State of California Sea Level Rise Guidance. The state currently requires us to plan for the middle blue line which projects 0.8 feet of sea level rise by 2030, 2.5 feet by 2060, and 6.6 feet by 2100 for Santa Barbara. This is a conservative risk averse projection. It has something like a 0.5% chance of being met or exceeded. So sea levels could rise slower or faster than that, but you'll see that the projections are closer together in the near term and farther apart in the long term. It's also worth noting that if you look at these projections beyond 2100, they all eventually project up to 6.6 feet of sea level rise. It just occurs sooner or later. So knowing that the projections are going to be changing all the time, we plan to closely monitor sea levels and base our adaptation planning on amounts of sea level rise reached rather than specific years in which it may occur. Next slide. So in the plan, we use these terms near term, midterm, and long term, and they really refer to amounts of sea level rise, with near term being up to 0.8 feet of sea level rise or approximately the next 10 years, and then midterm and long term going from 0.8 to 6.6 feet of sea level rise. Next slide. So just to recap, these are the type of hazards that we looked at in the plan that could be exacerbated by sea level rise. When I use the term tidal inundation, I mean regular high tides on in a non-storm condition, so flooding from regular high tides. The plan also looked at bluff erosion and shoreline erosion. It looked at 100-year coastal storms and where waves may crash and where flooding may occur during those 100-year storms. And then it also looked at areas that are low-lying and not directly connected to the ocean, but which may flood more frequently in the future due to raising groundwater levels from sea level rise. And so these are the hazard maps that you've seen before. And I just want to emphasize that these maps don't show all the hazards or risks in Santa Barbara. So these maps don't show, let's say, all the flooding risk in Santa Barbara. It really just shows hazards that would be exacerbated by sea level rise. So I just want to caution when you're looking at the maps to keep that in mind. So this is the west side of the city that's predominantly bluff backed. And this is 0.8 feet of sea level rise. Again, this is very close to existing conditions. The orange and yellow is a risk of bluff erosion. And really that's pretty similar to the same risk level for today. Today our bluffs are at risk from erosion. So moving forward to 2.5 feet of sea level rise, we see bluff erosion rates increase by approximately 40% over historic rates. We see bluff erosion reaching small portions of Shoreline Drive closer to Ledbetter Beach. And at 2.5 feet of sea level rise, it is projected that approximately 80% of the beaches that are backed by bluffs in the city will be lost. So this is 6.6 feet of sea level rise. By this time, bluff erosion rates are 140% higher than historical rates. And bluff erosion has reached multiple points along the Shoreline Drive. And at this point, all bluff back beaches have been lost. Next slide. So this is the east side of the city. The different colors on this map, the light aqua is tidal inundation, so again, high tides. The navy is where waves crash during 100-year storms. The other blue color is flooding during 100-year storms. And then the pink area is shoreline erosion. So similar to the bluff area at 0.8 feet of sea level rise, you really see a similar risk level to what we have now. We have, our harbor is at risk now and Stearns Wharf to flooding during high coastal storm, extreme coastal storm events. By 2.5 feet of sea level rise, this is the next slide. Impacts are still largely confined to the areas south of Cabrillo Boulevard, but flooding, high tides, and erosion affect the public waterfront areas. And beach loss is a lot less in this waterfront low-lying area than the bluff-backed area. It's closer to 30%, and mostly at East Beach at 2.5 feet of sea level rise. And the reason for that is the topography of this area, but also the presence of the harbor breakwater, which impounds sand in the harbor and along West Beach, sand that we use to nourish currently East Beach. And in addition, the harbor breakwater essentially acts as a groin where sand backs up and fills up Ledbetter Beach. So moving forward, by 6.6 feet of sea level rise, impacts extend well beyond Cabrillo Boulevard into the low-lying areas of downtown. And the dark blue area north of Highway 101, that is flooding during a extreme coastal storm event or 100-year storm event. And that area, for the most part, floods now during high rainfall events. The difference would be that at 6.6 feet of sea level rise, the flooding depths would be about the same or less, but the flooding would occur much more frequently because we'd see flooding not just during high rainfall events, but also high wave events or coastal storm events. South of Highway 101 would be impacted by regular flooding from high tides all the way up to Highway 101 if no action is taken, and that's the light aqua color. And there would be much more extensive and frequent and deeper flood events during coastal storms. Highway 101 could be flooded at the bird refuge during storms, and the railroad could be impacted by regular high tides. Next slide. So I did just want to briefly talk about the wastewater system and the El Estero Water Resource Center, because this comes up a lot in questions. The El Estero Water Resource Center and the desalination plant are both located on a site that is elevated above surrounding areas. And in the long term, at 6.6 feet of sea level rise, there will be impacts to the plant. But in the near and midterm, in the next 30 or so years, really the most pressing issue for the wastewater system will be impacts to the collection system that feeds into El Estero Water Resource Center. So when that collection system gets flooded, the plant gets shut down. And so you'll see when we move on to adaptation that there are several items that involve flood proofing or moving aspects of that wastewater system. The next slide. So those are the potential impacts if no action is taken. We'll now move into the recommendations in the adaptation plan to mitigate these.
Let me see if there's any questions so far. You've been presenting. I'll let you catch your breath for just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan, questions on the sections presented so far?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Ms. Hetrick. I wasn't paying very close attention. I wanted to make sure when you talk about the collection system, I know there's if it's not under Cabrillo Boulevard, it's out in the sand. That's the big trunk collection that leads to the east down to the center. You're going to talk about the small amount of inundation or tidal events and what our plan is later. Is that what you said?
So yes, Councilmember Jordan, we'll be talking about that in specifically in the next section.
All right, okay. I can go away then. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay, carry on, Ms. Hetrick. Thank you.
Okay, so next slide. So the adaptation plan presents a phased approach to adaptation planning, and that's based upon monitoring of changing shoreline conditions and implementing actions when certain thresholds or triggers are met. It recommends specific near-term actions that the city could take in the next 10 years to prepare for sea level rise. And this is really the to-do list that I mentioned previously. And then it proposes a structure for decision-making and possible options in the mid and long term. Following the adaptation plan or adoption of the plan, it is recommended that the city develop a 5-year implementation plan that further prioritizes and scopes out near-term actions included in the plan, and which identifies things such as specific costs, potential fundings, timelines, and required resources for the action. So essentially getting them ready to put into the capital improvement program and our other city documents. One of the first near-term actions would be development of a shoreline monitoring program in conjunction with other regional and state agencies. The results of the shoreline monitoring program would then inform regular updates to the 5-year implementation plan. And then it is recommended that the overall long-term adaptation plan be updated every 10 years with new information. Next slide. So if you look at the economic and cost and benefit analysis, the cost of doing nothing is very high. It's in the billions through 2100. But if you also look at the cost of doing everything or protecting everything, it is also very high, and in some cases higher. And so moving forward, it really will be important for the city to be selective in choosing adaptation options. In order to help with planning and to prioritize actions, the Sea Level Rise Subcommittee developed a set of draft guiding principles for adaptations, and those are included in the attachment to your staff report. And essentially what the do is help in prioritization of adaptation actions. The two highest priorities in these actions are protection of human life, health and safety, and then maintenance of basic city functions and critical facilities. However, the principles go beyond that and consider impacts to public access, coastal resources, existing development, and the economy. They encourage actions that broadly benefit the community and provide equitable sharing of costs and benefits among different sectors of the community. And they also encourage things like adaptation options that have co-benefits, so that have more than one benefit. Next slide. So the adaptation plan analyzes the feasibility of a number of adaptation options, and they generally fall into 3 categories. Protection of development in place through measures such as seawalls, groins, tide gates, and beach nourishment. Accommodation of development in place through measures such as elevation of or modification of structures. And then retreat through measures such as relocation of structures, removal of structures, and then development limitations or development buffers. Next slide. So now I'm going to go through some of the specific recommendations for the different parts of the city. Along the coastal bluffs, beach nourishment and sand retention with groins or breakwaters was not found to be effective in the report due to the high rate of sand transport that occurs along the bluffs. Pretty much as soon as you'd place sand on these beaches, it would wash away. So what this means is that there really isn't at this point an effective way to stop the significant of erosion along the bluff back beaches that will occur due to sea level rise. There are feasible options though to protect important infrastructure from bluff erosion with the use of rock revetments and slope protection. Next slide. So I did just want to talk about revetments and seawalls specifically as they are brought up frequently in the report. The top picture is a rock revetment and the bottom is a seawall. These structures are designed to slow down erosion of the shoreline landward from where they are placed. And in the case of the seawalls, they can also prevent flooding. However, their placement can cause increased erosion of the beach in front of and on both sides of the structures. The reason for that is that waves hit these structures, and instead of the waves dissipating on a gradual shoreline, they get reflected back with a lot of energy that increases in erosion. And so because of this, you often will not see these structures alone in one small area, as inevitably they are also needed for neighboring properties. They are also expensive to build and maintain, especially when you consider the changing environment of sea level rise. So my summary is that they can be effective at protecting structures in place for a period of time, and they are appropriate in some situations, but they come at costs that need to be considered. And because of these costs, Santa Barbara has had actually a very long history of limiting these structures along its shoreline to only certain uses like the harbor and coastal dependent uses. but as sea levels rise, there will be increased pressure to consider them more frequently. The report does find that due to permitting constraints, significant costs and impacts to beaches, that at least in the near term, the use of rock revetments should only be limited to protecting major public roads, public access stairways, or major public infrastructure along the bluff. And to the extent feasible, non-essential public infrastructure should be relocated and removed. So as far as recommendations on the coastal bluff areas, the recommended near-term actions include, next slide, continuation of current bluff setback requirements that factor in sea level rise, continuation of existing limitations on revetments and seawalls, except for protecting major public roads and infrastructure, and to beginning to plan to relocate and remove assets in Shoreline Park that could be affected soon. In the mid and long term, as the majority of the beaches along the bluffs are lost and erosion continues, the city will need to consider whether to allow large-scale use of revetments and slope stabilization to protect shoreline drive in place, or whether to plan for alternate circulation routes and relocation of infrastructure. Next slide. So along the low-lying and waterfront areas, the beaches will erode much slower, again, predominantly due to the harbor breakwater. And there's a lot more opportunity to retain beaches through measures such as beach nourishment. And so the key issue in this low-lying and waterfront area is our impacts to the public assets along the waterfront, but also this extensive flood area you see on this map in the long term. So near-term actions, next slide, that the plan recommends include introducing additional beach nourishment, beach berms, and dunes all along the city's waterfront, including East Beach. Redesigning and raising Laguna Tide Gate, which currently prevents flooding from occurring up Laguna Creek and the lower downtown area. And then relocating and flood-proofing several sewer mains and utilities that are located under the beach, south of the bike path that feed into the El Estero wastewater plant. Next slide. Additional near-term recommendations for this area include potentially revising floodplain regulations for new development and substantial redevelopment for development south of Highway 101. And these revisions, the purpose of these revisions was to require buildings to be flood-proof and raised to higher elevations than they are required now. The plan also recommends continuing to require development proposed south of Cabrillo Boulevard to be designed and sited to factor in increased erosion and flooding from sea level rise. And then it's also recommended that we initiate now studies of potential mid and long-term options for the city's wastewater, stormwater, and water systems. Next slide. So in the mid and long term in the low-lying area, the city will need to consider somewhere around 1.5 feet of sea level rise, whether or not to employ large-scale flood protection measures to prevent the flooding of the area up to Highway 101. And in order to be effective in the long term and prevent flooding of those areas, really several adaptation options would have to be employed together. And those would have to include a continuous seawall or levee along the waterfront. So that could be a levee under Cabrillo Boulevard or South Cabrillo Boulevard that would have to span from Ledbetter all the way to the Clark Estate. There'd also have to be levees or flood wells along the lower portions of the major creeks in this area. So Mission Creek and Sycamore Creek. There would have to be a series of groundwater dewatering wells and stormwater pumps. And then we'd also want to consider relocation and floodproofing of critical facilities. And I would just say that for these adaptation options, these large-scale flood protection measures, There are a lot of unknowns right now and feasibility questions, legal questions about these options. And significant study really is needed in the near and midterm to make the eventual decisions on any of these long-term protection measures. But luckily, because the majority of our waterfront area is that's affected sooner is publicly owned, we do have some time for this decision, and we can watch other jurisdictions and see how they respond and what gets developed on that front before we make a decision. The next slide. So at the harbor, the report recommends that in the near term, the city pursue first raising the breakwater, the groin, and the groin that forms the sand spit, as shown in this picture, in addition to the sidewalk adjacent to the harbor commercial area and parking lot. So essentially raising the bathtub of the harbor. And it's possible that the city could pursue fundings and studies through the Army Corps of Engineers for these activities. Next slide. Also recommended in the near term is that we renovate our marinas and city pier with higher piles in phases, and that we potentially install a seawall along the harbor commercial area and further flood-proof buildings at the harbor. Next slide. So in the mid and long term, the city will need to decide whether to raise the grades of the overall harbor commercial area, employ other accommodation or protection strategies, or relocate or remove some facilities from the harbor area. The harbor really is on the front line of the impacts from sea level rise. And yeah, the city will also need to decide whether to raise, redesign, or remove Stearns Wharf, which will be subject to higher risk from storm damage during high wave events with sea level rise. So the report makes a number of recommendations for the city in general, or the citywide. I discussed establishment of a shoreline monitoring program and the 5-year implementation plan. The report also recommends that the city amend city policies, procedures, and adjust staffing to implement the adaptation plan, that we prioritize projects in the capital improvement program and amend the local coastal program, the general plan, and the hazard mitigation plan and municipal code to implement the adaptation plan. The report also recommends that we consider additional hazard disclosures and risk indemnifications for our leases and other city actions moving forward. The report also recommends increased coordination with other agencies and ensuring that the legislature and other decision makers understand the needs of the cities moving forward. It also recommends that we aggressively pursue funding sources for our projects. Other recommendations include continuation of the existing sea level rise subcommittee and interdepartmental staff team, additional public education and engagement, and that staff closely follow emerging information on adaptation options, case law, and sea level rise science. Next slide. And so how can you get involved? I've given a sampling of the report's findings in this presentation, but there is a whole lot more I haven't covered. And so we really encourage you to take a look at the draft report and send us any comments you have by September 30th. Our webpage is www.santabarbaraca.gov/SLR. On the webpage, we have the full document. You can sign up for notifications. We have information on our public meetings and informational sessions. We also have interactive hazard maps. You can actually type in your address and look at the different hazards at different different amounts of sea level rise. We also have a video on the plan in both Spanish and English. Comments can be sent to slrplan@santabarbaraca.gov. And with that, I'll end my presentation, but I did just want to note that in addition to me, there are a number of members of the Sea Level Rise Interdepartmental team online, including Sarah Isa from Public Works and Dan Gullett and Renee Brook from Planning. We also have Nick Garrity, a coastal engineer from Environmental Science Associates, available to answer questions.
Okay, we'll take questions from the council. So this document is being released today and you're asking the public for comments. Is that basically? what
We're
up to
entering
today?
into a public comment period, yes.
Okay, Ms. Snedden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, just first, I know we're in questions right now, but Ms. Hedrick, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work you have done on bringing this report to us in the first place, and the interdepartmental coordination that it's taken, and managing all of us on the Sea Level Rise subcommittee. And we've been anxiously awaiting this release so that we can all start commenting and inviting public comment. So a couple questions leading up to that. Can you go back to slide 10 just for a second? And I think, so I just want to ask you here, it's something that, you know, we talked a lot about in the committee, that we're not questioning the science of this, but more just what do we do when we reach certain trigger points? And could you just a little bit in depth in this particular slide? So we reach these certain benchmarks either faster or slower, depending on if it's low risk or medium or extreme. And can you just talk a little bit about the effects of, say, what we're doing with our carbon emissions right now? If we do nothing, if we make no changes at all, which curve would we be on? Or if we were to increase our carbon emissions, which curve would we be on? And I know that we've sort of settled on this medium high risk, but I just want a little bit more of an explanation for the public about the difference between the low risk and the extreme risk, and the likelihoods of those. And also if you could just talk a little bit about what models we're using, that they're, you know, accepted nationally based models, and that just a little bit more background about the choosing of these curves and our carbon emissions, and also what models we're using.
Sure, Councilmember Snedden. So all the projections that you see on this slide are actually assume a high emissions scenario. So that means that we continue the greenhouse gas emissions, the world continues the rate of greenhouse gas emissions that we are currently emitting, that we don't decrease greenhouse gas emissions. And the reason that that is recommended by the state right now as the assumption with these plans is because we're really not seeing dramatic decreases in greenhouse gas emissions yet. And so it's been deemed to be conservative. They want us to assume that the high emissions remain. The low emission scenarios, there are low emission scenarios. They're not on this slide, but they're contained in this report, 2018 State of California Sea Level Rise Guidance. And what you see in those low emission scenarios is a much more gradual, a gradual curve of sea level rising. There is, though, I would just caution, there is a certain amount of sea level rise that has essentially been already baked into the system. So I might have Nick Garrity actually explain that, but there is just a certain amount of warming that has already occurred, that has started kind of the ship already going, and it's hard to stop the ship. And so even with a low emission scenarios, certain levels of sea level rise will still occur. The lines on this graph are have different assumptions with regard to likelihood of projections, with the bottom one, the orange one, being the most likely, and which has a 17% chance of occurring. The middle one being, I guess, the medium high risk, as they call it, which has a 0.5 or 1 in 200 chance of being met or exceeded. And then the red line is a scenario, it's an extreme risk scenario called the H++, and it's essentially where a catastrophic failure of the Antarctic ice sheet occurs, and we have much faster flooding or rising in sea level rise. I'm gonna ask if you would like Nick Garrity to get on to explain a little bit further. Is that okay? There he is.
Hi. I think that was an excellent response. Actually, I don't have much more to add, but to expand on what you were speaking to, Melissa, these scenarios are based on continued high emissions. Even if global emissions were to be significantly reduced or cut to essentially zero, there, as Melissa was saying, the sea level would still rise due to emissions that have occurred in the past and warming that has already occurred and will continue to occur in response to carbon emissions and ice melting.
Thank you. And could you comment on which model is being used and how if it's nationally recognized, or what models that we're using to make these projections?
Yeah, I can. So there is a body of modeling and research that has been done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which is kind of a global consortium. And then the state of California has reviewed that, those models, as well as other research specifically for the West Coast in California. And so that's this guidance published by the state of California that considers the IPCC models as well as other research. And it really is a wide range of models produced. I don't know the exact number, but we're not talking about a handful of models. This is kind of like every researcher in the world basically that's doing this modeling. Those models are conglomerated together to look at a distribution of what the potential rate of sea level rise could be. So when we talk about 0.5% chance of occurring, that is looking at a full distribution of models and which ones are at the top of the range.
Also, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I think you might be referring to our hazard modeling too, which is, so there's modeling of future sea level rise projections, and then there's modeling of what would happen on our coast at given amounts of sea level rise, so what kind of erosion we would have and what kind of flooding. And the model that our report predominantly used was developed by USGS. It's called the Cosmos 3.0, and it's being used by most jurisdictions throughout the state. The whole idea of USGS developing it was that we all use the same hazard model. In addition, it's supplemented with hazard modeling that ESA did for the county. When was that?
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, they were really ahead of the game, ahead of the USGS model. And so where there are data gaps, we have been using the ESA data.
Thank you. I think on both of those types of modeling, it's important that we emphasize that this isn't just our local interpretation, that these are really based on rigorous models and then conglomerations of different projections from there too. And then, for public outreach, if you could tell us, what are the types of things that you're looking for from the public? What types of information or input will you be gathering at the outreach meetings?
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, we'll be looking for a number of things. I will tell you, just in the outreach that we've already done, people bring up issues about the city or knowledge about the city and flooding and potential things we need to look at that we have not considered or not considered in that same way. So I think, we're talking about a citywide impact. And so hearing from members of the public that have experience with flooding in the past and things like that, and bring up issues that we maybe haven't considered or considered fully. In addition, I really would love comments on the priority list, the guiding principles. This is really going to be a balancing act, and knowing what the priorities of the community are going to be really important. I think those are the two main things that we're looking for public comment.
Thank you. And then just just two more quick questions about when we talk about revetments and groins and seawalls. And how do we stand with that with the Coastal Commission? Is that something that seems like that might be adjustable as the whole coast is dealing with the impacts of sea level rise, or is that something that we're looking for other options about? So that's one question. And then I guess another one that goes with that is, I mean, the last time we met, it was before COVID, and we were already very concerned about the costs of some of these different mitigations, and just, it might be early for this, but maybe projections on, are we likely to get funding for certain types of mitigations, but not others? And will we know that before we're in a position of sort of deciding which route to take?
Sure. So, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, as far as funding, that's something that would be looked at as part of the 5-year implementation plan. What are the potential funding options and the likelihood of funding? And that would be factored into when we are making decisions about what to prioritize as far as near-term actions. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the first part of your question? I've now blanked on what it was.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the Coastal Commission is sort of in a position where they might be being more flexible, looking at revetments or groins or those types of mitigations along the coast now that it's affecting the entire coast.
So Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, yes, we've been in frequent communication with the Coastal Commission, and their thinking on sea level rise really has changed a lot over time. And we did just get comments from them on the plan. And traditionally, they have been very against any type of shoreline protection structures, groins, sand retention structures, anything, any hard structure offshore. They are seeing that it's going to be, they do want to prioritize retention of beaches and trying to retain use of the beaches in that habitat. And so they are indicating that they would be much more receptive to things like groins that could retain that public use of the beach. The Coastal Act does limit our utilization of revetments and seawalls for only certain uses, and those are called coastal dependent uses, but those include things like public recreation and beach use and major public roads. And so we are confined by that, but they are, they're also much more receptive to planning in phases now, and not trying to take on the very long term and all the issues all at once. So they are also on this ride with us and changing their perspective as they gain more information.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, and thanks, Mr. Garrity. Any other questions from the council? I'm assuming we have some public comment speakers. Thanks. Ms. Snedden asked my question about the Coastal Commission, so thanks for that. Ms. Gorman, anybody there? Hands raised?
Madam Mayor and Council, only one public speaker with their hands up.
Okay,
and that
we'll go to
is
public.
Rochelle Monet.
Thank you.
All right, Rochelle Monet, please go ahead. Rochelle Monet, please go ahead. Ms. Monet, please go ahead. Okay, Madam Mayor, she was the only public speaker on this item.
Thank you so much. We'll close public comment. Ms. Snedden, obviously you're on the subcommittee, and thanks for all the work that our city council liaisons have done to the subcommittee. And Go ahead, please. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mayor, this is our, we're just receiving the informational presentation. So just a thank you to staff and for all the whole city staff all the way around, and the contributions have really coordinated and phenomenal efforts, and looking forward to the outreach and the outcomes from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman? You're muted. Okay.
Sorry about that. It's late. So I just want to echo the comments and thank all of our staff who have been working on this, as well as the Sea Level Rise Subcommittee that we have in place that has really gone into depth on this and gotten to the point where we have a good plan going forward and a lot of public outreach to do, and want to inform the public, and then looking at this going forward. This is going to be a major issue, and I'm glad to have the leadership of the city, not only from us, but our staff and just the public in general, that recognize this and that we're really planning now for 5 and 10 years and making it an adaptable plan, because there is changes, and it's depending on where you are on the coastline, there's a lot of differences, as we've seen. So it can be overwhelming, but at the same time, when we've managed to break it into manageable data and information. So again, look forward to the public engagement on this and coming up with options to move forward. And in particular, I want to thank Ms. Hetrick, who has been I've been working with her to use our planning process as a model that other coastal communities are looking at through involvement that the League of Cities and the Coastal Cities Group. They're really looking to what we have through our local coastal plan update and this process as well. And then the last thing I want to mention is we do have a resource that will help us now is Beacon, Beach Erosion Authority, that is going through significant enhancements and changes that will be able to really look at this regionally, the issue of sea level rise, regionally through both Ventura and Santa Barbara counties and all our coastal cities to work together and really address some of the issues that the state has, because they were looking at regional planning too. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, and just again, appreciate all the work that is going into this.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. And I really appreciated Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon's questions, highlighting that our behavior and our carbon emissions do make a difference in the bigger picture. There's a lot of community groups that are working on the challenge, Community Environmental Council, other groups. But thank you to staff for being so diligent about this, working with Coastal Commission and other agencies. And we welcome the public to go to the website, look at our documents, and give us your opinions and concerns. We want to know what you have to say on this subject. So if there's no other remarks, we'll close this item. Thank you. And our final item on the agenda is for the council members to report different meetings that they've attended and different events. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This week I attended the Toba Sister City bell ringing ceremony. It came together really nicely. Oscar Gutierrez, Councilmember Gutierrez, was present and filming, and former Mayor Helene Schneider, who's on the Sister Cities International Board, and then the Sister Cities, and we rang our bells, and it was a really nice worldwide event. Also attended the Visit Santa Barbara annual meeting. One of my takeaways from that was they said that safety is the new sexy, that people like to visit cities that are safe and are enforcing masks. And I thought that was a good message for us. Attended CCRB meeting, again, still ongoing issues there with the State Water Board order. I did attend conversations with Healing Justice with the Jordan Killebrew interview, and also last night the AIA Charette kickoff event, and wow, over 200 attendees, and Madam Mayor, you were there as well, and in breakout rooms, and staff was there, and just pretty exciting to hear what people are visioning for Santa Barbara that we'll be able to look at, and then of course this morning the ordinance committee. Thank you.
I have a report. Mr. Friedman, go ahead, and then Mr. Jordan.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I attended the monthly Santa Barbara Beautiful board meeting virtually, and then also took part in the 95th Fiesta virtual ribbon cutting at the city. 96th, actually, I think, of the city this past Wednesday to kick off Fiesta this week. It was a little subdued, but it was right here on the front steps of City Hall. We did have a good turnout with the Spirit of Fiesta and Junior Spirit of Fiesta. So it was Fiesta week, but they had a virtual format, and thank you to Old Spanish Days for making that transition and to the virtual format. And to close out today's social distancing playlist song is Nirvana, Stay Away.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Well, that's a little brutal for a song, huh? So just a couple of items. I also attended the Visit Santa Barbara Hospitality Update online meeting last week, and then watched the first meeting of what will be at least two at the Planning Commission regarding updates to accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I watched part of the Neighborhood Advisory Council meeting yesterday where the council took up the issue of changing the name of Indio Muerto Street to Hutash Street, which is a request from our Barbareño Chumash Tribal Council. And the Neighborhood Advisory Council voted unanimously for the name to be changed. And yes, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, the AIA charrette, I kept looking at the participants, and it was amazing how many people were tuned in, looking to contribute to the improvement and vitalization of our downtown. Downtown Santa Barbara met this morning. I thank them for giving out PPE, hand sanitizer and gloves and masks to businesses, other things that businesses need to do their operations. The ILRC and Matt Lowe put on an ADA 30th anniversary celebration event, and a lot of it was a performance and spoken word, and it was beautiful. That was on Sunday. And I'm a board member of Partners in Education, and that's county schools. And a lot of the focus was on how to respond to COVID. In particular, that organization receives donated computers and gives them to families who need computers. So what a perfect thing to do now that our students, and especially our students of color, are learning at home. And we did have a big discussion about Black students and how the organization can be more supportive of all the families in the county. So that concludes my report. I don't see anyone else popping up. I thank everyone for participating in this meeting. This meeting is adjourned.